I on? Good morning everyone. Sorry to bring the conversations to a close, but due to extremely poor chairmanship on my part right from the very start, we're already late. So if I could ask you to take your seats, I'd be very grateful. We'll have plenty of time during the morning for catching up, teas and coffees and so on. But yes, I'd better get us underway now. Thank you. I think we're nearly there. I'm very conscious that we've got our online people who are probably sitting there poised in their pyjamas waiting for us to get going. So I'll get us underway in just a minute. Fabulous. Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. Really, really pleased to welcome you both in person here to Dorking Halls and also to our online attendees as well. So I'm Sarah Jane Chimbwandira. I'm the chair of the Surrey Nature Partnership and have been involved with the Surrey Nature Partnership right from the very beginning. And this is always, one of the most exciting days of the year because this is an annual event that Surrey Nature Partnership holds specifically to bring planners, ecologists and other colleagues working in the environment space together to really share what's happening in the world around us with regard to our professions and also make those connections between different professions and try and come up with solutions for some of the challenges that we all face. So thank you very much for coming. There's not too much housekeeping. There's no fire alarms intended or being tested this morning as far as I'm aware. So if you do hear a fire alarm, please make your way out of the fire exits, which are clearly marked. And what I'd like to do is just introduce our first speaker today, who's Katrina Riddell. Now, Katrina was going to be here with us in person, but unfortunately has been called to a government meeting this morning, which she had to attend. So she's kindly recorded her talk for us, and I'm hoping very much that the power of technology will mean that you can listen to her recording and then I'll introduce the other speakers later. Thank you. Do I have to do something? Do I have to do something to this? Here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really sorry I can't be with you. Good morning, everyone. I'm really sorry I can't be with you this morning. I have been invited to a meeting with the Government Student Planner to see if we can sort out the local plan. So I'm sure you'll appreciate that I wouldn't miss this conference for anything that wasn't as important as this. So I'm sure you're going to have a fantastic day. I've been asked to just give a little bit of a scene setting around planning and where we are in terms of the planning system, potentially planning reforms in relation to biodiversity and development. So I'm going to just talk a little bit high level, I guess, in terms of some of these things, because I'm going to deal with a lot of these in more detail as the day progresses, and you've got some fantastic speakers lined up. So the statutory planning system, I guess, is at breaking point due to the burden of what's being asked from it. And I think it's fair to say the planning profession within the public sector is also at breaking point due to the burden of what's been asked of it, delivering more and more with less and less. Yet we're also at a point in time where we need everything and everyone to be working on all cylinders to address the challenges we face around climate change, the quality of our natural and our built environment, health and well-being, and building economic resilience. We've got a lot to do. Planning reform has got to play its full part, and it's probably fair to say that the latest set of reforms have not been universally welcomed. As I said, I'm sort of with the Chief Planner and our team trying to look at what happens next, really, in terms of local plans. But many of you will have already responded to the consultation, which ended last week. And hopefully you will have seen that it's got a whole chapter on the planning and the environment. So overall, the government's proposals for change aim to deliver the government's commitments to build enough of the right homes in the right places with the right infrastructure, ensuring the environment is protected and giving local people a greater say on where and where not to place new beautiful development. This includes the chapter setting out how it's going to aim to protect the environment and to tackle climate change. And it's fair to say this is one area of public policy that seems to be going in the right direction, thanks to the Environment Act, and it's probably one of the bits of the planning system that is seen by many, particularly local communities, as a positive part. But it's not without its challenges. The consultation document sets out how the reformed planning system will protect important natural landscape and heritage assets, whilst also incorporating nature, landscape and public space into development and its surroundings, support habitat creation and nature recovery in ways which will benefit nature and people, promote locational and design decisions that reduce exposure to pollution and hazards and respond to the changing climate conditions, enable renewable and low carbon energy production and distribution at both a commercial and household scale, promote development locations and designs and layouts that contribute to healthier lifestyles, energy and resource efficiency consumption, bring together a spatial strategy for a place in a way that addresses these in a holistic way and reflects its unique characteristics, which whilst also providing a clear framework for development and regeneration. Pretty tall order, I think. To deliver these, we need the right resources and skills. We need a joined up approach across all local authorities, across government departments, across their agencies and the development industry. And we need the right planning system which does not put all the heavy lifting on local plans. We already have a different new environmental responsibilities that need to be taken into account in our place shaping roles. As a result of the Environment Act, biodiversity net gain and nature recovery strategies being the key ones. We're only beginning to understand how these will work in practice in relation to local planning and decisions on applications, with the thinking still being developed by government through their own response to BNG consultation and the first environmental improvement plan, both of which were published in the last few weeks, and both of which you will hear probably a lot about today. As planners, we've always had to navigate the challenges around competing pressures on land and the impact development has on our environment, especially land that's designated at a national or international level. I often describe our role as the ringmasters of sustainable development or mediators in relation to the different needs of places and people. But as a result of increasing awareness around the role of the environment plays in terms of climate change, health and well-being and the economy, as well as our recent experience of COVID lockdowns, which really changed how many of us felt about our local community. The environment is now top of the agenda nationally and locally. So just bringing into mentioning some of the key areas that we're dealing with in terms of planning and the environment. The first one I'll mention is recreational impact zones. In this part of the world, we've got a huge amount of experience managing our natural capital, and over the last 15 years, we've been delivering a response to sort of the impact of housing and people on some of our big assets as a result of the impact on Thames Basin Heath's SPAs. Other areas have started to learn from this approach, for example in Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire and Bedfordshire, which are facing similar challenges around recreational impact on special areas of conservation and the pressures of meeting their own housing needs. The conclusion, as with Thames Basin Heath, is that this can only be resolved through a strategic solution across these areas, but with all the different partners involved. Water quality and supply is probably more of a more extreme issue that many local authorities are having to deal with and many developers are having to deal with. These are big challenges. I mean, nutrient neutrality, which many of you will have heard of, is now impacting on at least 74 local planning authorities, many of which are in the southeast. Some of our neighbours in Sussex are having to deal with water neutrality, and things like this are only going to get worse as climate change impacts on our water supplies. Some amendments to Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill have been proposed by the government to deal with some of the water quality issues, but we shouldn't be waiting till things get to a crisis point before we address it, and we don't currently have the right mechanisms to plan for this in a coordinated way. Again, like Thames Basin Heath and the impact of recreation, we can only resolve this through a strategic solution implemented over long term with all partners involved. Again, as with recreational impact zones, the solutions go beyond the role that the statutory planning system plays and therefore the role of local plans. With water quality and supply, it's even more complex as it involves private sector water companies and the need for them as companies to invest heavily in their infrastructure, including new infrastructure and in some cases new reservoirs. River catchment areas is another key issue. Planning around these areas, especially in relation to flood risk, needs a strategic solution given that these don't respect administrative boundaries and in some cases cross several county boundaries like the River Thames. Planning any development near river catchment areas requires local planning authorities to work alongside the county council with its statutory duties for managing flood risk and nature recovery, with the Environment Agency and other key organisations like Surrey Wildlife Trust. Without this partnership working, how do we ensure that local planning authorities along the different parts of the river catchment are applying the same rules for development in floodplains? Having a consistent approach is essential, especially as so many urban brownfield sites are within flood risk zones, and nationally we're told we are still doing brownfield first and therefore they have to be a priority for meeting development needs. They will also need a process which tests planning contribution to the solution in local plans, but also acknowledges the role of others in terms of improving water quality and efficiencies, other land uses like farming practices, the role of more efficient house building and building control. To do this, we need to have a system that reflects these multi-uses, the multi-responsibilities, and not leave everything to the planning system and the examination of local plans particularly. So I think one of the things we will be exploring over the next couple of days with the government is around how we take these things, lift them out of the planning system, test them, look at what these strategic solutions are, and then fit them back in terms of the role that local plans and planning can play to deliver them. So I couldn't really speak about this today without mentioning Greenbelt, and you're going to be hearing from Matt shortly about sort of the multifunctional value of Greenbelts. So I'm not going to talk at length about this. But Surrey is 74% Greenbelt, and Greenbelt has always had a major change in terms of major influence on spatial patterns of growth across Surrey. It doesn't look as if there's going to be any major changes in terms of national policy anytime soon, and I don't think even if there's a change in government next year there will be any changes being proposed in terms of the national policy. And we know that government has recently clarified that any changes to the Greenbelt is a matter of for the local planning authority to decide. As we all know, the quality of Greenbelt land is not currently a consideration in whether Greenbelt meets one or more of the statutory Greenbelt purposes, the 5 purposes. How many times have you heard developers, and in some cases local planning officers, say it's just a scrappy bit of land, so why not use it more productively? Now, in their interpretation of productivity, they mean development, but the point's a fair one. If land is designated as Greenbelt and is to remain greenbelt for longer term, which is supposed to be how the policy is applied, and is of poor quality, why shouldn't we sweat its assets, or in the case of scrappy bits of land, improve their assets from a biodiversity, nature or recreational value? The government's consultation does ask the question about this in terms of greening the greenbelt, and there are some amendments currently being proposed to the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill to add these wider purposes to the existing 5 purposes of greenbelt policy. But regardless of these, whether these are successful or not, we need to maximise the multifunctional value of greenbelt, of every bit of land. And to do this, we need to have both the means and the money. Gone are the days when greenbelt in Surrey was owned by the public sector, largely by the county council, and a large proportion of it's probably either now owned by developers or either owned by developers or developers have an option to develop it. It's not in their interest to improve its quality or to make it more accessible. So there needs to be a mechanism and a funding pot, particularly to do this, or to force landowners to do it, probably rooted through the local nature recovery strategy. But I'm going to leave Matt to talk a bit more about this later on. So conclusions for me. We need to maximise the benefits of all our natural assets and resources, and to improve biodiversity and to balance our development needs with these other often competing needs. And we've always had to do this, but I think in the last 10 years, the job has got much harder. The job has got greater and harder. So firstly, as I mentioned all the way through this, we need a strategic solution. The government's consultation document asks the question, what strategic planning mechanisms are needed to manage environmental issues? This reflects the work that government agencies are already involved in to address critical issues like recreational impact zones, nutrient and water neutrality, river catchment areas and flood risk and nature recovery. But this must not be done in isolation of other things that impact on land. A key purpose of strategic planning is to bring all the different needs together: development, infrastructure, environmental and economic, and to develop a spatial strategy and policies, and critically funding mechanisms in an aligned way. We need to look at an integrated solution to placemaking. Surrey has already started in this journey with the work local authorities and partners have been doing over the last few years on the Surrey Place ambition. And new roles and responsibilities, such as local nature recovery strategy, will be a huge additional asset to the implementation of this, but it can only go so far. We need a much more robust approach to strategic planning in Surrey and nationally, and we need stronger partnerships. So secondly, we need to address the skills and capacity challenges. There are some local authorities that are doing okay in relation to resourcing and skills, but generally the picture is pretty bleak. All the evidence, both qualitative and quantitative, tells the same story. Recruiting planners and retaining them in local authorities is really hard. Additional resources will help, and the latest consultation on planning fees is to be welcome, but the low morale and retention issues are part of a much more complex set of issues related to the value of planning, the poor treatment of planners from all quarters, the simple fact that many are overworked and suffering from stress, and the new virtual ways of working, with some local planning local authority workers basically working full-time from home. This is a particular issue for young planners, and many times I've been having meetings virtually, seeing these people sitting in their bedroom, and quite often are sitting in their bedroom working from there 5 days a week. Add into the mix the need for the support of specialist skills like ecologists or urban designers, which are also very hard to find, and then it's easy to see why we're in crisis, with more and more being asked of the planning system and planners, and less people to do the job. This is now being addressed, and I'm finished on a nice positive point, and I'm delighted to be involved in some of the work that Planning Officers Society and Town and Country Planning Association are doing to bring all the interested or relevant parties to the table to look at solutions. For example, looking at how we can encourage more joint teams across local authorities, and there's some really good examples of that in places like Hertfordshire. How we can share expertise, how we can build stronger leadership, change the value, the narrative around planning and its value, and that can only come from the top, and take planning back to the positive role it's supposed to play. And finally, we need to build our partnerships across Surrey. We've got one Surrey Growth Board, the Surrey Nature Partnership and Surrey Development Forum, and we also have two LEPs which have a key role to play in terms of the economic value of our natural capital assets. I know there's already been some useful work here with the Surrey Wildlife Trust, and there's a huge amount of work going on across all these partnerships, but we need to build more and more stronger partnership working across this if we're going to ever build nature into development, if we're ever going to properly address climate change, and if we're ever going to deliver net zero in places like Surrey. We can't do it individually. Partnerships and taking that long-term strategic approach is the only solution. So that's all from me. I hope you have a fantastic day. As I said, you've got some fantastic speakers lined up, and I wish I was there to hear them. But I'm sure you'll enjoy your day anyway. And thanks for listening.
Knew that she was going to be called into the other meeting. So I'd like to invite Patrick, to take his place for the next talk. Just to let you know, so Krista, if you press the down button, it'll take you straight into your presentation. And also just to say, obviously Katrina won't be here for the Q&A session that we have a bit later, but if you have questions, do please still feed them through, and we will ask them of her later and then find a mechanism to share those answers with you. Thank you. Over to you, Krista.
Okay, thanks very much, Sarah Jane. And can you hear me all? I think you can. I can hear me. So many thanks for inviting me here today. It's great to be in Surrey. I started my planning career with Surrey County Council, so it's good to be back here, but also not far from here, sledging down some steep hills at quite breakneck speed. So it's quite ironic in terms of having snow today. And previous local nature partnerships I delivered up in Greater Manchester, funnily enough, 3 of them in succession had snow as well. So I don't know what it is in terms of local nature partnerships and snow, but they seem to attract each other. So hopefully you've all had good journeys in here today and travel back safely. So for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to just cover some of the work that I'm delivering as part of Planning Advisory Service, where through a Natural England project, we're engaging with local authorities around nature recovery and raising the importance and value around that. I'm currently seconded from Greater Manchester Combined Authorities, so been there since 2016, delivering all things natural capital, and kind of again have lots of talks and chats with Sarah Jane and other colleagues around how do we take the natural capital agenda forward, and there's lots that's been going on in Surrey to learn from and to share, so it's great to be here. So first off, here we go. So I don't know whether you're aware of Planning Advisory Service. I won't kind of spend too long on this, but effectively we're a small team, predominantly funded through government. We're part of the local government association family and funded primarily through DLUC to support the English planning authorities, particularly around planning policy, development management, etc. But recently we've kind of extended our environmental planning remit, so covering nutrient neutrality, biodiversity net gain, but also more recently nature recovery. So we've got now the Green Wing that's added to Planning Advisory Service, and it's great to be working on this project, and specifically Natural England have tasked us with engaging with local authorities to raise awareness and understanding, particularly around the importance and value of recovering nature, to address 3 of the big challenges that we're looking to address in terms of loss of biodiversity, climate change and health and well-being, and raising the profile of that and awareness of that and the evidence of that with local authorities, and trying to get that embedded within local authority priorities, but also raising the awareness of local authority requirements under the Environment Act, particularly in terms of NERC reporting duties, but also the production of local nature recovery strategies, not only in terms of responsible authorities, but also in terms of the non-responsible authorities supporting that in terms of nature and partnership delivery. So just in case, if you're not aware, the Nature Recovery Network is a national ambition that was set out in the government's 25-year environment plan. And it's the most ambitious kind of project that we've seen in terms of nature recovery across the country. But it's not only just looking at landscape scale recovery. We're looking at from doorstep to mountain. So it's everything that has an opportunity to actually deliver and connect nature across the country. So again, trying to kind of use and value nature in terms of delivering on its kind of key challenges that we're facing. So big kind of ambitions out there. We're likely to hear more about the Nature Recovery Network partnership and the ambitions as we roll forward. But the key outputs from our project, we hit the ground running August last year. And as part of that, hitting the ground running in August, particularly when people are on leave, was quite a challenge in terms of that. So, effectively, I was kind of tasked with, well, go out there and start speaking. If there are people at the desk, start speaking to those authorities that are, kind of front runners in terms of work on nature recovery, find out what their kind of challenges are, what their thoughts are around the nature recovery agenda and what they're doing. So, effectively, started doing that, started having those conversations, spoke to around 20 local authorities, the front-runner authorities delivering on nature recovery, and collated their thoughts and comments and issues and challenges and opportunities around what they're doing on nature recovery. And we put that all together into a snapshot report that we launched in December. There's about 300 officers that attended there virtually online. And we tested those. We tested 5 key insights. And I'm going to come on to those now. And that's the basis of my presentation, really, is to kind of go through those key insights. There was also one additional insight that around evidence and skills that the audience felt actually that was really, really important to them. But also in terms of the work we're doing, we've just started publishing. We've had a great graduate that's been with us on the graduate programme, local government graduate programme for the past 6 months, who's effectively gone out and spoken to 12 local authorities and produced some really good case studies that we're just starting to drip feed over the next couple of weeks. We're having an official launch as part of a local government association event on the 20th of April, but we're starting to deliver these. So keep an eye out on social media, on the PAS account there and LinkedIn, but also the LGA event on the 20th of April. And again, we've just had confirmation, whilst I'm on secondment, we've just had agreement that we'll be extending my contract till for another 12 months, which is great news, because actually we're only just getting into this in terms of a momentum on engaging with local authorities. There's a whole lot more stuff that's coming up around local nature recovery strategies that really is going to kind of help pave the way for this. So it's really exciting to kind of have another 12 months to work on this. So these are the emerging insights. I'm going to cover each of these. They are kind of cover the length and breadth of those issues and challenges that local authorities are facing. I'm going to kind of explore these in a bit more detail. And as I said, we had an initial 5. These are kind of ranked in order that we tested these out on Slido on the event that we had with the 300 delegates, and they kind of ranked the first 3 as the top 3 there. But again, evidence and skills also came up as an additional insight. So coming on to the first one. Clarity and certainty of funding around nature recovery. Obviously, this is a no-brainer here. And I think, staff capacity, funding and recruitment all remain big issues for local authorities. And we heard that from Katriona just before, and a key barrier to the delivery of nature recovery activities. And one of the things that we did hear that local authorities do need is, they need clarity around what funding's available. So this is not only in terms of seed funding, in terms of initial seed funding to get things going, particularly, kind of whether that's additional burdens funding through biodiversity net gain, but also new seed funding that's coming through for local nature recovery strategies. But then actually, what kind of funding and how do we kind of approach sustainable funding models going forward? Once we've delivered and produced a local nature recovery strategy, how do we actually deliver that on the ground? And how do we actually work with stakeholders to blend public and private finance together? So, a key thing there in terms of the short funding that's enable us to kind of, start kind of looking at this and, kind of get additional capacity in, but then long term, how do we sustain that? And what I've got here is an example of the work that we were doing in Greater Manchester. Again, this is one of the case studies that we're producing, looking at the GM Environment Fund. So we set this up on the back of producing a natural capital investment plan for Greater Manchester. And I know that Surrey have kind of, similar work around this. And we set up the GM Environment Fund probably about 2 years ago now, less than 2 years. Lancashire Wildlife Trust managed that fund. And we set up on a journey there to effectively kind of get the fund to a sustainable self-finance proposition in 5 years' time. And that's quite a journey in itself, really, because, you know, as you can see in terms of the short-term opportunities there's still a reliance on grant funding and philanthropic funding to kind of get the wheels in motion around developing these finance models. But again, we've got opportunities there in terms of looking at repayment models around habitat banking and biodiversity net gain that we're currently looking at. But these things take time and they take resources as well. And, you know, to kind of set up and actually manage and take forward a GM Environment Fund does need an actual base there. It needs people there to actually have those discussions, go out and talk to people about what those opportunities are. So that's the first one. The second one's about embedding nature into wider corporate priorities. And this is a key thing that we've kind of shone a light on in some of our case studies, as well as how some authorities, you know, have got that kind of green light at a very high level, you know, in terms of leader level, chief exec, you know, kind of member level in terms of actually setting the priorities for nature recovery. And, you know, what we heard from those authorities that we spoke to is that some are more advanced than others in their approaches to embedding opportunities from nature as part of their wider corporate priorities and delivering shared outcomes. And the key thing here is, you know, actually what examples are there out there in terms of how those local authorities have achieved that? How have they embed those, you know, those corporate priorities that not only cover just nature, but cover highways, cover planning, cover parks, cover, you know, kind of education, estates, you know, kind of, and health and well-being? How do they kind of, you know, cover that in everything that they do? So we're working on that in terms of those case studies, and again, interested to find out, you know, kind of other work that's going on with other local authorities, which we're kind of collecting snippets of good practice examples and really keen to hear from others around this. So, you know, one of the examples I've got here is from Bath and North East Somerset, and again, you know, what they've got there is, you know, in their corporate, you know, strategy, the 2020 to 24 strategy, key priorities around the climate emergency and ecological emergencies, which effectively has shaped the transformation of their service, where they've kind of got this new green transformation service. So not only kind of, you know, kind of putting this into two directorates, one, the Green Infrastructure and Nature Recovery Directorate, but also the Climate Environmental Sustainability Directorate. And it's got clear roles in terms of those, but also clear resourcing in terms of recruitment. So they're funding a Nature Recovery Manager, they're funding a GI Programme Manager and a BNG Officer on the back of embedding these corporate priorities, because they identify these at a high level in terms of their corporate plan. So the third one is, and Sarah Jane, how am I doing in terms of time? Okie dokie, fantastic. So I've got another 10 minutes. So the next one is around importance of regulations, guidance and governance. So one of the key things here is that, you know, particularly with the rescheduling of LNRS regulations and guidance, which, you know, are due to be out soon, you know, some authorities are waiting for guidance, such as, you know, we've just had the BNG consultation response, and we're waiting the LNRS regs and guidance. Others have, you know, kind of other local authorities have been pressing ahead and actually kind of in different ways, including, you know, preparatory work, getting ready to inform their vision and priorities for local nature recovery strategy. So we've seen some great examples of how they're doing that. And again, you know, one of the key things around this is local authorities need to understand the governance arrangements that need to be in place to actually, you know, deliver local nature recovery strategies in practice. And this, you know, not only in terms of the responsible authority, you know, but also how the responsible authorities work in partnership with the non-responsible authorities, particularly in two-tier areas, but also their kind of wider partnerships. So what we've got here is, you know, in terms of what the work we've been doing in terms of collating examples out here, I just found this kind of a really good example from Wild Oxfordshire, and Bruce Winnie, those, you know, some of you may be familiar with Wildlife and Countryside Link, just shows the kind of breadth of, you know, established networks and kind of key stakeholders up there on the right in terms of the existing LNP in Oxfordshire, which actually is quite, you know, quite a recent kind of, you know, set up there. But then how does that actually kind of play out and kind of work in terms of the new LNRS process, and what the governance arrangements that are required there, and how does the responsible authority at the top there work with the district counterparts in the districts, but also work with other key stakeholders. And, you know, those on the left-hand side of the LNRS circle there, you know, the non-usual suspects. You know, we're used to kind of working with, you know, our kind of key kind of stakeholders on nature, but what about those other people that we're not engaging with? What about landowners, farmers, the health sector, that we perhaps aren't necessarily engaging with? Obviously in terms of, this key range of stakeholders, they're absolutely essential in terms of delivery of the local nature recovery strategy. So the value and coordination of partnerships. Again, there's an increasing appetite amongst local authorities to work strategically across departments and with external stakeholders to deliver wider benefits. And I know there's really good partnerships here in Surrey. And I think, some of the key things that local authorities were wanting to see more of here was examples of business cases showing how investment in the coordination and leadership of partnerships can deliver nature recovery, shared outcomes and funding. My post in Greater Manchester, my substantive post, is actually funded through an EU Life funded programme coming to the end next year, but it's a 10-year programme. And I've been fortunate to have some resources, but also my post to support the local nature partnership. So, actually there's real benefit there in terms of being able to keep the plate spinning and get those partnerships working. And one of the examples that we've got in our case studies that's been released this week is of Essex and their local nature partnership there. And we've got Helena in the picture there, the kind of nature recovery coordinator that was appointed back in 21, I think, and who was instrumental in setting up the Essex local nature partnership. But as part of that, looked at the governance arrangements and actually kind of set up 4 primary kind of working groups to actually kind of keep those plates spinning on some of their key priorities, but also how do they engage? So kind of trying to manage the numbers there. We've got lots of different stakeholders. How do we get focus groups to actually deliver stuff on the ground, but also keep those that are interested engaged on this? So, there's regular partnership newsletters that go out, and I think there's some really good learning from Essex there, to take back for all of us really in terms of how they're doing stuff. So the last 2 insights, the variety of frameworks and timetables. I think, there's a whole raft of nature recovery policy initiatives and policies out there that generate their own approaches, governance and timeframes, which means that local authorities and the rest of us are all approaching delivery in different ways and at different times. There's biodiversity net gain coming in, mandatory net gain, there's local nature recovery strategies coming in, green infrastructure framework. How do we kind of knit all these together? So again, there's, exploratory work's needed to kind of start looking at how these different reform agendas, particularly those agendas from DLUC and DEFRA, are knitted together. How do we actually deliver these in practice? And one of the examples I've got here is from Warwickshire. Some of you will be familiar with the work of David Lowe there. I think this slide just sets out really, their journey in terms of from originally delivering their green infrastructure strategy back in, the early 2010s to actually then kind of being a biodiversity an offsetting pilot in 2014, 2013, to then starting delivery of biodiversity net gain in the kind of mid-20s. And then kind of effectively 2015 to 2020, and then now actually getting ready and starting to deliver environmental net gain. And as part of the local nature recovery strategy, they're kind of set up to deliver that. And David's kind of got the buy-in from his chief execs and from his leaders there to actually start funding a natural capital team, because they realise the benefits of actually the investment the council is getting back from biodiversity net gain to start on wider benefits like carbon, biodiversity net gain and nutrient neutrality. So there's a real journey there in terms of that they've been on around natural capital. And then the last insight is one around, I said about kind of skills and evidence, and there's lack of good environmental data there. Where we have got it, sometimes access to that information can be quite challenging, but also in terms of open source data and how do we make that available and freely available, and how is that kind of interact with national data, and how do we kind of balance the two really in that, particularly in terms of managing that data in 2-tier areas, but also resources, staff, skills, time, in terms of using that data and the capacity to create those baselines, but also the GIS capability around that. So one of the examples I've got there is from the Cumbria Local Nature Recovery Strategy pilot, and there's some really good information here on the web link at the bottom there, just how they've gone about assembling their data, looking at how they've brought together national data sets, and we're going to be seeing more national data sets come in to support local nature recovery strategies. How are they kind of like effectively mashing that together with their local data sets, filling the gaps and making that work in terms of identifying the opportunity areas and where they should be focusing in terms of their nature recovery ambitions. So there's some key messages here from our work Some really enthusiasm, a lot of enthusiasm there. Where we are in terms of the nature recovery agenda, we're on a good, kind of pathway here. But some of the key messages from, at the Heads of Planning conference that PAS held last week resonate with all these insights. And effectively, some of those have come up in the early presentation around multifunctional approaches and multidisciplinary teams with joined-up thinking and partnership working are the way forward. Planning can deliver significant environmental improvement, but it's not the answer to everything. Innovative finance, alternative funding solutions will be needed. And as we've already heard, capability and capacity issues need to be addressed, not just through giving more money to local authorities, but that's very welcome indeed. But, we need to kind of be looking at that long-term, kind of delivery of skills and capacity in our workforce to make sure that we can respond to these challenges and actually take up the opportunities that are here. As we heard before, key kind of areas there in terms of there's a huge demand in terms of ecologists. Where are all the ecologists, going to come from in terms of delivering biodiversity net gain and local nature recovery strategies, but also in terms of planning? There's still that kind of need in terms of significant upskilling and training of graduates and bringing in our kind of new cohort of planners. So key thing there, current systems don't necessarily support monitoring and enforcement of delivery, and engaging communities is key, especially those that are future residents of a place. And I think hearing from others, and this is my kind of last point really, hearing from others and showing, by example is absolutely key. And I think key message here for me really today is, let's keep talking, let's keep collaborating, making better places for nature and people really happen. And here's some of the kind of key resources and links here. As I said, we've just launched our case studies in terms of sharing that practice, and we can send that round with the delegate information after. And again, there's a whole load of outputs that we've got from our phase 1 of our nature recovery project, but we're ready to kind of hit the ground running on phase 2. So keen to engage and share that as we move forward. Thank you.
Fabulous, Krista, thank you so much. And do have your sort of questions ready for when we have the Q&A session in a minute. And if you're watching online, please do share your questions. They'll be collated for me so that I'll be able to put those to our speakers as well. So I'd like to invite Matt Kirby now, who's going to come and talk to us about that multifunctionality point of Greenbelt. So over to you, Matt.
Perfect. Thank you for having me today. It's a real pleasure to be here. So my name is Matt Kirby. I'm a PhD researcher, primarily based up at Northumbria University, but I'm also affiliated with Newcastle University through my funding. So today, I'm going to kind of start by introducing Greenbelt policy, but kind of through a lens of multifunctionality, natural capital, and some of the wider benefits it provides. But importantly, draw your attention to some key kind of policy hooks that exist to try and promote these beneficial uses. Then I'm going to look at and present some research that I've undertaken looking at how those different hooks and wider benefits of Greenbelt are implemented at the local level in local authority planning policies. Then I'm giving an example of quantifying some of the kind of cultural ecosystem services, the physical use of Greenbelt in the northeast, and how that might be integrated with other types of data. And then hopefully wrapping up and showing you what this all kind of means in the wider context. So, I'm sure everyone here has heard of Greenbelt. They're very familiar with agreement policy as an urban growth management policy, but several hooks exist to promote its wider uses. And it's quite an extensive policy. The zones of the landscapes that these policies cover about 12.5% of land in England, around the major kind of urban conurbations. And that's really important because that's often the open spaces that are close to where most people live. They're often quite underutilized. And Greenbelt policy covers this kind of peri-urban zone. Okay, this is a different type of land use to more urban uses and rural uses and functions very different ways. But it's been neglected from a perspective and a research perspective. And it's often actually quite hard to define where this zone is. So Greenbelt's really useful in helping us having kind of an actionable area to start to deliver benefits in the peri-urban. And yeah, I'm sure, again, I don't need to tell you that lots of local plans use Greenbelt the local plan process to review their greenbelt boundaries and often choose to release greenbelt land for development, which makes it a very contentious policy, especially at kind of a local level, because people are attached to these landscapes around where they live, but also we need to try and understand how best to accommodate development needs. But as well as this, there's kind of been calls in recent years for recognising and enhancing the wider functions of greenbelt, both from different agendas, from health, climate change mitigation, wider prosperity, but also kind of multifunctionality. And this idea of having a more joined up and holistic greenbelt policy isn't necessarily a new idea. We've seen it in much more modern greenbelts internationally. For example, the Greater Golden Horseshoe Greenbelt in Ontario, Canada, is seen as a much more holistic policy, which not only tries to protect the landscape from growth, but also tries to deliver these wider benefits. And if we look at kind of English planning policy, paragraph 145 of the National Planning Policy Framework tries to encourage local authorities to plan positively for greenbelt, looking for opportunities for enhancing biodiversity, access, visual benefits, and that kind of paragraph's been in the NPPF quite a while. A more recent addition is paragraph 142, which basically says if local authorities develop in the greenbelt, then they should seek to offset the impact of this in terms of its environmental quality and access. And it's that kind of policy has not really been explored that much, partly because it's kind of the time frame it's been introduced and the time frame for it to go into local plans and then to be actually delivered is still kind of ongoing. And planning practice guidance gives us some idea of what that might look like, right? This is all the guidance that really exists. We talk about quite general things we're all familiar with: green infrastructure, natural capital improvements, improved access, and also linking stuff like the nature recovery networks. And I think, as Katrina mentioned in her talk, the Levelling Up white paper has this rather random line in there about green in the greenbelt. And we saw in the most recent consultation of the National Planning Policy Framework a future ambition to try and deliver these commitments in the Levelling Up white paper in future planning policy. So there's this kind of more longer-term ambition of the current government to go beyond growth management in the greenbelt policy and start to look at how it can potentially deliver some of these benefits. And we talk about multifunctionality. Multifunctionality has definitely increased, maybe as a buzzword more recently, and I've put up two recent reports here are really useful, which kind of set out that basically the best way to use our land in England is through a multifunctional way, a way which delivers multiple benefits and kind of move beyond looking at land from a single-use perspective, but different benefits. And the House of Lords Select Committee on Land Use in England, which published their findings of their inquiry later last year, actually highlight Greenbelt as this potential important policy zone to deliver these different agendas within it, linking together stuff like green infrastructure, nature recovery strategies, and also making local authorities a key enabler in the Greenbelt. So these are some of the hooks that do exist in national planning policy to encourage a wider use of Greenbelt. And we did some research which basically looked at how are these policies actually implemented in local authority plans. What would a Greenbelt policy look like which promotes more beneficial use and wider use for people and nature? So this policy assessment didn't necessarily look from the more traditional purposes that the Greenbelt delivers in terms of the 5 purposes, but looked at some of those wider benefits. So we developed kind of a multi-criteria to assess the policies against. These are 5 main criteria and sub-criteria within them. And this was developed from kind of extensive literature reviews, but also building on other kind of work, such as like building with nature standards and things like that. And then we looked at basically local plan policies. We scored them first in terms of coverage. How well is these different criteria covered in those different policies? And we can rank that from none, some, most, and full. At the same time, those policies could have full coverage, but if the policy wording is really weak, they're less likely to be implemented. So we also rank the policies in terms of policy strength. Are they using words like may consider, or are they using words like should, or even better, are required to, things like that. So we can rank it in terms of strength as well. And this policy assessment builds off a previous policy assessment which was developed for green infrastructure. So we picked a subset of 67 local planning authorities with Greenbelt in England. This was to capture a variety of different local authorities, both in terms of kind of the governance. It was a district authority, metropolitan borough, it was a London borough, and then we also looked at a typology developed by Lord et al. To try and have a wide range of different types of Greenbelt that exist. And as well as those 67 local authorities, we also thought it would be interesting to look at the role of that regional tier. So we took also the plans from the Greater London Authority and also the Greater Manchester Land Authority, and also assessed the local authorities that sit beneath those regional jurisdictions to try and understand what role those regional kind of scale plans have on their policies. So what did we find? We found actually that there was considerable variation in how local authorities perceive and treat Greenbelt from these wider perspectives. So ranging from some local authorities that scored 0% in terms of coverage to the highest, which was 58%, which is kind of quite surprising considering we're all starting from kind of the same playbook of where the direction we should go. There's definitely different ways that it's interpreted and delivered. What was quite interesting was when we found local authorities that scored quite high in terms of coverage, they scored considerably lower in terms of policy strength. So some of them tried to be quite ambitious in what they're trying to promote, but didn't really have the strong policy wording to kind of back it up. But ultimately, we did find that quite a lot of local authorities did, to some degree, perceive and treat Greenbelt as not only a policy zone to prevent urban sprawl, but saw it as a kind of positive opportunity space which contains natural capital assets and important benefits to people. One of the important findings I thought was quite interesting is the two regional plans we looked at, Greater Manchester and Greater London, were scored some of the highest of all those plans. And when the local authorities that sit beneath those regional kind of tiers also scored considerably higher than those that didn't have that regional tier. So where we see that kind of strong strategic leadership on these issues, maybe it's not surprising the local authorities below them also score high. And we look across the different criteria types, we can see that some things are covered better than others. We've got kind of the mean scores from all of the plans here across the different sub-criteria. What was done well, maybe not surprisingly, that plans had quite good coverage in terms of protecting the Greenbelt, as that's kind of its primary role. They had quite good applicability to both that site scale and landscape scale. And in terms of the different benefits these policies acknowledged and promoted, so cultural ecosystem services were the most covered. So stuff like recreation, especially like landscape visual benefits, sense of place. And there was quite a lot of policies that existed to promote these wider benefits of Greenbelt, but they were often quite closely tied to this idea of compensatory improvement, so it's a requirement to provide wider enhancement to Greenbelt if it's released. What was less covered was this kind of direct applicability to concepts such as ecosystem services and natural capital to Greenbelt policies, and therefore a kind of a lack of a cross-sector awareness of their importance of these zones. Provision and regulating services were less covered and acknowledged in these plans. And interestingly, issues of kind of green space inequality, placemaking, how these policies might be delivered in an equitable way were really rarely considered in any plans we looked at. So no kind of appreciation of where and how these plans might be delivered to benefit those who might need it most. One of the key kind of policy bridges we found was green infrastructure, especially those plans that scored quite high along the multifunctionality criteria, often use green infrastructure as a key kind of link between them. So not only referencing and promoting green infrastructure in the Greenbelt policies, but also vice versa. So linking policies in a much more joined up way, which is quite rare. And just to pick some kind of good examples here, snippets of interesting policy wording. If we look at the Greater London plan, for example, we see here, firstly, kind of identification that Greenbelt does provide multiple benefits to people, and identified some quite interesting benefits. I think it's the only plan that identified the kind of benefits it provides in terms of urban heat island mitigation. And there we can see a policy kind of which encourages the enhancement of Greenbelt for appropriate multifunctional benefits for Londoners. And again here, which should be supported. And that's kind of like a medium strength policy wording, about 2. It could be worse, but it's not, it's not the best. And the Greater Manchester and Urbana Authority plan was actually quite good at having this kind of holistic understanding of the contribution that Greenbelt as a zone provides to the region, linking it to kind of not only those environmental benefits, but the social and economic. And again, in that policy, we can see kind of that key bridge between enhancing the greenbelt through green infrastructure interventions and functions to improve public access and habitat creation. And the last kind of policy I've got on there is from Solihull, because it's quite a good example of a quite well-worked policy in terms of the compensatory improvement. They, for example, chose to use Section 106 agreements to deliver these compensatory improvements, and the full policy has kind of quite an interesting hierarchy of what they expect from developers in terms of that compensatory improvement, and definitely the most kind of worked, for example, of a compensatory improvement policy, the Greenbelt, that we found. And the other one there was from Northumberland, which shows kind of more rural local authority, using it, Greenbelt, and acknowledging it as a way to help drive this positive rural economy uses. So kind of from our assessment, we could create kind of a typology of how local authorities treat Greenbelt. There's those that definitely use the local plan process and opportunity to facilitate development in the Greenbelt. Then there's those local authorities that not only develop, but have those good compensatory improvement policies in place to try and enhance it as well. We have those kind of more traditional local authorities that kind of keep Greenbelt as it is, kind of maintain that status quo, kind of static entity and just protect it. And then we have those more ambitious local authorities that not only want to protect the Greenbelt, but actively are creating policies to try and promote its beneficial use. But I guess if we take all the local authorities we looked at, we still see it as quite a neglected area in terms of improving the landscape for people and nature. And maybe that's not surprising, because they're not formally required to deliver these benefits. And we often talk about Greenbelt in a quite collective way, but Greenbelt covers lots of different types of landscapes in England with lots of different demands, lots of different contexts, and lots of different needs. And the policies obviously need to respond to those local contexts. And obviously local politicians and planners themselves will have a different interpretations and perceptions of what Greenbelt policy should provide in those areas. And there's also, I'm sure you know, there's this kind of a silo mentality that still pervades a lot of local authorities and planning, and that we need a much more integrated approach across local planning policies themselves. Some of the best examples we saw were really joined up between the policies and referencing between them quite a lot. Another kind of key policy bridges is obviously green infrastructure, local nature recovery strategies, biodiversity net gain, but also kind of environmental land management schemes that are coming from the more environmental policy, not so much the planning policy, as opportunities to improve the kind of green belt. And now I want to shoot up to the northeast, where I'm based, and we've just finished actually some research on trying to understand how people physically use the Greenbelt and the cultural kind of ecosystem service it provides. So we use what's called a participatory planning approach, PPGIS, which is, everyone's probably quite familiar with online surveys, but participatory mapping kind of takes those questions, adds a spatial element to it. So people answer questions by placing points on the map, so we can start to understand a spatial picture of how people use and perceive benefits in the Greenbelt. And the kind of figure on here just shows you some ways that participatory mapping can be used. And it's quite an interesting approach because, as we all know, planning is often a data and evidence-driven process. And be able to capture values in a similar format, especially that spatial data set, can be quite useful for how we incorporate that data with other data in terms of making decisions. So our survey ran from October last year and finished end of January. We had 779 respondents who mapped 2,388 points in the Greenbelt. We asked them questions such as where they visited, what they did, what kind of perceived benefits they got from using the Greenbelt, but also equally places they didn't want to go or places they perceived to be negative, and also places they felt uncomfortable in. So just some kind of provisional findings from that, we found actually that 60% of all points placed in the Greenbelt were in 400 meters of the urban edge, which is really interesting because this is often the areas where we look at potentially releasing Greenbelt for development often happen in those same places, connecting and expanding from the current urban extent. So there's a real potential conflict there between where people use the Greenbelt most and where we're thinking of placing development. And in terms of kind of what type of places that people go to, we found that most visits occurred in kind of deciduous woodland, improved grassland, and arable land. That's maybe not surprising when you look at the land use cover, the land cover, sorry, in the northeast, which is also the most land covers. But we found there's a much higher demand for deciduous woodland than there was a supply of it in the greenbelt. So there's kind of places for people to go. We found about 60% of all the points placed overlapped with public rights of way, showing it's a really important enabler of access to the greenbelt, which again is not surprising. But conversely, there's also about 36%, I think, of all points that were placed that didn't overlap with any of our kind of access layers in terms of sites or kind of linear tracks. So it shows people actually use it in very informal ways, and we just rely on those kind of those designations to understand where people go. We might be missing a lot, and then can lead to conflict between different users. And just some examples there. These are some of the highest kind of overlays we found, which are still quite kind of comparatively low. Protected areas such as local nature reserves and triple SIs, kind of like 9% and 12%. Country parks, 8%, and public parks, about 10%. So yeah, it's very informal ways that people use the greenbelt. And in terms of the kind of activities and benefits people got from using the greenbelt, we've broken it down here into different types of ecosystem services. We can see the kind of recreation in terms of cultural ecosystem services were highest, stuff like walking, watching wildlife, walking the dog, running. These are very informal uses. These are people's everyday nature. It's, they're not going to the most glamorous places, not going that far. They're just using it in everyday lives. But equally, some of the highest perceived cultural ecosystem services are stuff like sense of place, the aesthetic value, the interactions with nature. And be able to kind of plot this spatially can be really useful. And one question we asked is kind of what kind of land uses do people want in the greenbelt? What do they want to see in the future more of? And on average, recreation, biodiversity, natural flood management, and carbon storage were all ranked highest, with stuff like built development and timber production the lowest. And it's worth saying as well that our sample size are pretty representative to like the census, the most recent census data as well. So what does this kind of all mean? So hopefully from this you've seen that Greenbelt isn't just an urban containment zone, but these different hooks do exist for its wider use. And any kind of release of Greenbelt in the future shouldn't only be guided by this formal Greenbelt reviews, but need to take into account this more holistic understanding of the functions it provides to people. We have a lot of data on biodiversity, other types of ecosystem services, such as regulating services and provisioning services, but we need to try and incorporate this soft kind of data, these people's values in. And I saw this quote actually from the most recent Town and Country Planning Association Green Infrastructure Partnership newsletter, and I thought it summed it up quite well. It'd be unfortunate if the reliance on objective data undermines the importance of people's subjective perceptions. And that can be really hard to weigh up in a decision-making process, but hopefully through this kind of more participatory mapping approach, we can start to use it. And it's definitely important because it is very informal uses, and we only know this when we start to ask people and get this kind of data. But equally, these approaches can also show us that there might be areas that are underutilized, that aren't used by people. And if we develop those places in the right way, we actually might lead to more benefits. So stuff like the new Natural England's new green infrastructure standards, building with nature standards, things like that. Having that approach to development in those places that are underutilized might actually lead to an improvement of the benefits we get in the green belt, as well as providing development where it's needed. And additionally, these need to be planned more strategically. So we see potential great opportunities for county councils and combined authorities to lead on this. We need to look at this in a much more strategic way because these policies are designed to be strategic. And finally, I want to leave you with, hopefully that you see that Greenbelt is this kind of multifunctional opportunity space. And especially in a neglected area, which is the peri-urban. There's often been attempts to try and rejuvenate this zone, provide more benefits in this zone, but time and time again, if we look, it kind of falls foul. It's quite a hard place to plan for and a hard place to react to. But when we start to understand it as part of this wider strategic green infrastructure network, have more joined up policies, especially through planning, we hopefully can start to deliver some positive uses in the green belt. And again, there is a kind of current and emerging momentum around broadening Greenbelt's purposes in the future. So yeah, who knows where it'll go, hopefully in a positive direction. Thanks.
Fabulous, thank you, Matt. So if I could ask Matt and Krista to join me, so that I'm not sitting here on my own with you all looking at me. That would be great, thank you. So we've got time for some questions now. And if I may, I'll take any questions in the room first, just because that will allow me time to get myself organised for questions that might have come in online. So do we have any questions in the room? We have a couple, and I believe we have some very willing volunteers who are going to take the roving mics around. So John and Ben, if you're happy to do that, that would be great. Could I also ask you, if you're asking a question, would you mind just saying who you are and the organisation you're from, just so people have a sense of that as well? So I think Lisa had a question, John. Lisa first, and then Mike. Thank you.
We're not sure we can work out how to switch it on. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, that's fine then. Okay, I'm Lisa Craig-Griffin. I'm the Director for Surrey Nature Partnership. The question's to Matt, actually. I was really interested in your participatory mapping and how that could actually influence local authorities, and particularly councillors, in understanding how Greenbelt is used and could be potentially used. Have you got any examples where that has actually worked?
Yeah, so that's kind of our next step, really. So yeah, we only just finished collecting this data at the end of January, and yeah, between then and now, we've been analysing the data. But yeah, the next step is to understand how local authorities can use that data. Firstly, I think we'll look at kind of how it compares to current potential allocations in their emerging local plans, but also how to embed that data and share that data with local authorities to help decision making. But yeah, again, it's a new form of data. I think especially in England, it's less used. If you look at other countries, Finland's really leading on this kind of incorporating this type of data in their planning approaches. So yeah, if you want to see how it can work in reality, I think the next step, I can definitely share some examples from Finland.
And then I think we've got a question from Mike.
Yeah, Mike Waite, Surrey Wildlife Trust, Director of Research and Monitoring. I think my question was going to be this, it's very similar to Lisa's, but so might be more of a comment now, but if you want to come back, Matt. Yeah, I was interested in the trust is, we're, long story, but we've got a PhD running at the moment, which has put a lot of focus on the gap between research and its translation into, you know, the work phase of policy setting and stuff like that. So I was going to say a similar thing, you know, how far have you got with putting your research into to the use of the planning system, really?
Yeah, so we do have local authorities engaged with the research in the North East. So yeah, I'll have a more definitive answer hopefully in the future on that. But also again, it's how receptive those local authorities are to this new type, these types of data and how they see it. It is perceived benefits that people are reporting, and people, you know, very, you know, quickly people could harness these type of surveys to put forward an agenda, right? You know, it could be, and it could distort the data. So the quality of that data collection is really important. So I think greater academic partnerships with local authorities could be really positive to make sure that data is collected in a scientifically rigorous way that could be representative and things like that. But yeah, I think it's an exciting area because we're definitely leading in the UK on collecting that more kind of ecological data, the natural capital data, but bringing in that kind of what we call like soft layers of data in the same formats. I think is a really exciting area which bridges that gap.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? There's a lady over there who's got a question.
Hi, my name is Pamela Lyman and I'm a landowner. What I would really like to know is where and when will the emphasis be made on contact with landowners and farmers I believe that farmers are becoming incredibly disenchanted about farming, and potentially we could lose about 30%. When you're doing all this sort of mapping work, what is it that you're looking at in terms of climate change affecting farming and food production, and looking ahead, making Great Britain more sustainable in food production? What are we doing to actually say, do you know what, we can't afford to lose farmers, we can't afford to lose land, we can't afford to lose, for instance, soil erosion with climate change and that sort of thing. And when are we going to be more sensible and start talking to farmers and landowners?
First, and then Matt, if you want to come in after.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, really good question that. And as I said in my presentation, you know, in terms of engaging with landowners and farmers, it's absolutely critical in terms of delivery of our nature recovery ambitions. You know, a lot of our land is locked up, you know, with farming and kind of private landowners, and we need to, I think, you know, historically, I mean, you know, from my perspective, I can't speak in terms of, you know, Sarah, you might be able to add in terms of Surrey's perspective, but, you know, from my kind of previous involvement in planning and the nature recovery work we've been doing in Greater Manchester, it's fair to say that we haven't kind of, you know, kind of directly kind of been involved or had those kind of, you know, direct discussions with landowners and farmers, you know, historically. But I think some of the, you know, and obviously there's still more that needs to be done, and information around how does biodiversity net gain work with elms and stacking and all of these other different kind of new incentives coming forward. And I, as you know, in terms of appreciate, you know, frustration amongst landowners that, you know, all these different initiatives coming forward, and you know, a lot of landowners are being bombarded with different, you know, kind of offers. Well, you know, can you plant a load of trees on our land? Can you kind of, you know, rewild some of this section, or can you do X, Y, and Z? And farmers at the moment are kind of going, well, where do I turn? You know, what's best for me? You know, particularly in terms of tenant farmers who are equally very kind of concerned about their long-term kind of viability in terms of, you know, how they're going to deliver.
Of value. They're very poorly paid, or returns, and we're not doing enough for farming. And especially if we look at climate change, our farming could be devastated through flood, through insects. With 1 degree increase could potentially have a huge amount of predation. So
Yeah.
I think there's an awful lot that we're not considering at this point, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a huge role in terms of farming, particularly in terms of, you know, kind of how we embed nature recovery, you know, through farming practices. But also, I think, you know, how we engage with farmers, you know, some of the practice that we, you know, kind of engage with local authorities there, you know, like Essex and Hampshire, yeah, I'm not sure in terms of, sorry, but you'll kind of elaborate on this, is, you know, have established farming clusters. And they're really, really hugely successful in terms of bringing together actually kind of self-owned farming clusters, because, you know, both those authorities haven't got all the resources to go out and run all these clusters, but what they're doing is setting them up, and actually they're self-governing and they're self-working in terms of providing those hubs for farmers to get together with other interests to actually discuss these issues and actually discuss how they can actually deliver solutions on the ground that address adaptation, resilience, and actually kind of these other key challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think just one example from the top of my head where this is kind of potential, work quite well. I think it's called the 3 Hills or the 8 Hills, I forget which one it is, in the West Midlands. We're basically the National Trust to have this kind of middle ground, then this mediating role almost, to bring together farmers and bring farmers together who might be able to deliver these more strategic interventions at scale along their farms. So they almost kind of, the National Trust are doing the hard work almost, trying to make sense of this very Wild West landscape of offsets and different markets, and trying to present options to the landowners there. So I definitely encourage you to look at that. Yeah, it's 3 Hills or 8 Hills in the West Midlands. And second, I think from the key findings of the Land Use in England Select Committee report, which I mentioned, is to have a land use strategy in England, and having a national conversation about how we use our land and where we should use land for different functions, and they recommend setting up a land use commission to do that, which I think would be a really good idea, and especially how that then integrates with planning. I think it's key to make it work.
Fabulous, thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions whilst people are thinking. Just to comment as well, in Surrey, we're increasingly, talking to not only farmers but also other landowners who are critical in this, and I think some sort of strategic discussion about how we use land, because certainly in a county like Surrey, which is a small county, we want to make a lot of different uses of a relatively small amount of land. So actually having those conversations is really important. And I know that Lisa is doing some work at the moment for the Nature Partnership on what the engagement will look like for local nature recovery strategy, and certainly farmers and landowners will be, really key in those discussions. So we have another question from this gentleman here.
Hi there, Benjamin Brett, Surrey County Council. This kind of follows on a little bit from the land use discussion, so it might relate to what was just discussed. It was just about, so earlier in the presentations, I think it was Catriona who mentioned that a lot of greenbelt land is owned by developers and people who maybe don't have an interest in that land being improved. But it was also mentioned by Matt later on that there's this, this drive to improve, if land is removed from the greenbelt, to improve other land. How do you sort of in practice get that to work where maybe the people who own the greenbelt land don't have that much desire to see it improved because they want it released?
Then Krista can come in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really hard, and it all really comes down to money at the end of the day, right? I think the key interest mechanism in this kind of compensatory improvement is that you're kind of giving some land for development, so they're getting something, they have to return something, right? That's privately owned land. But I think there's no one easy answer. Local nature recovery strategies are really important. I think elms could be really important. I think there's a bit of a barrier. I mean, elms, it considers these schemes developed for the rural landscape. I think the peri-urban functions very differently. So I think it'd be quite interesting to see different types of elm schemes for the kind of countryside around towns and cities. I think there should be a much greater focus placed on kind of access, recreation, especially I think there's a lot of focus on sites, but I think there needs to be more focus on linear access and networks and things like that. It's really hard. It needs more money, more funding. If the money's in place, then I think it will be delivered right if there's an option, even if it's temporary, if the developers doesn't realise they're not going to be able to make money on that land in, 20, 30 years, but they might have hope longer term, they might invest in that kind of medium term in that land.
Krista, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think, Matt included in his presentation there, some of the regional examples and, the Places for Everyone plan in Greater Manchester. Again, it's been produced, where it is looking at greenbelt release, and obviously MPPF and LERB kind of consultation has kind of looked at that kind of landscape now in terms of kind of how we need to revisit that. But that plan's in examination at the moment, and there are sites coming forward as we speak. It's kind of, whilst you're kind of planning for this site and you're planning for future home delivery, and at the heads of planning conference last week with PAS, a lot of discussion in terms of greenbelt release and housing numbers, and how we kind of use different standards in terms of kind of looking at housing numbers and how that will change through kind of MPPF. But there are kind of schemes coming forward, and the key thing about that is through Matt's presentation is actually looking at the multifunctionality of the greenbelt and actually looking at that kind of natural capital benefits and those wider benefits in terms of those developers. How can they kind of provide those links in terms of green infrastructure, in terms of kind of local nature recovery strategy, and actually kind of those wider benefits to actually achieve more. And again, there's a real opportunity through that in terms of those sites coming forward, in terms of really maximising those opportunities, particularly where you've got a number of sites where in the peri-urban sites, it's a real kind of mishmash, when you've got, kind of different land uses, and, there are lots of different types of uses in those areas that Matt explained, and it's, it's quite fascinating looking at that really in terms of, those different uses. But I think there's a real opportunity there. One thing, I've got a question actually, if I could ask Matt. I was fascinated in terms of the statistic there of more than 60% priority, kind of plotted, of those points plotted within 400 metres of the urban edges. And I'm just wondering there in terms of that research, again, what we need to, one of our key priorities, particularly in terms of densely populated areas like, our cities, Greater Manchester, for example, is, we need to be providing green spaces close to where people need them in terms of deprivation, in terms of health, that can't necessarily get out to other green spaces. So I'm quite interested to know the correlation between that kind of statistic and actually people being able to access those. And is it that kind of nature of the makeup in Newcastle that actually, you know, a lot of those kind of densely populated areas are actually surrounded by, you know, quite accessible green belt that perhaps people can't get to by cars or whatever, but actually are on their doorstep. It does vary, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's that, just that close proximity. And most people went, for example, by walking, then by car. The public transport in the rural northeast to get out is abysmal. So yeah, they can't go to those sites. And I think we talk about nature and these green spaces, and people, you know, we have these visions of these, you know, Surrey, an area of outstanding natural beauty, but not everywhere's like that. But it's a nature you have that I think is important to people, and we often forget that. To most people, the nature, the field next to their house they walk their dog through is as important as, you know, going up to the Lake District or something. You know, it's not. We have this idea of, this kind of, I guess, privileged idea of what good nature is, but what to most people, what good nature is accessible nature. And yeah, the north is very dense populated area, and we often find these kind of green wedges that, as the green belt goes into, are important. But yeah, it's just close access to green space, and if we can make those green spaces improved and providing multiple benefits as well as just access, and that's the best thing, I think. As building on the previous points, you know, B&G is going to be massive, right? But it is just biodiversity net gain. We need to start to think about how we incorporate that with different things. So, you know, can compensatory improvement potentially add access into the same sort of places we'd maybe do delivering biodiversity net gain, things like that.
Fabulous, thank you. I'm conscious that we're just into break time now because we've got a round of tea and coffee. So if I could just ask you to thank our speakers and then please help yourselves to refreshments back at 11:50.
Okay, everybody. Perhaps time to start thinking about taking your seats, if you could. We'll start in a couple of minutes. Here we are. Oh, good, it's got her title as well. Well, thank you, everybody, and I'm delighted to be here. I'm Caroline Jessel, and I chair the South East Nature Partnership, which I'll say a little bit about later. And it's wonderful to see so many friends and colleagues from across Surrey here today. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who I believe many of you will know. And she's Deborah Fox, and she's the placemaking group manager for Surrey County Council, and the perfect person for this role because she has a background with an honours degree in botany, so I think that's ideal for getting the right places. And of course, urban places are where the vast majority of people live, in towns and cities, so vitally, vitally important that their lives are fully integrated with the natural world that we all depend on so much. So, Deborah, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Caroline. And the reference to folks knowing me is because I came back to the County Council a little over a year ago, having toured the country with my career, going to Essex County Council, so I'm very familiar with a lot of the natural capital activities there, many of which I was involved in the early stages of, and also to the West Midlands Combined Authority, where I worked largely in transport, but I could see the wider opportunities to improve places there around transport schemes. So look, loads of presentations have been made about large swathes of our environment this morning, the bigger and better sized environments, the political constructs like the Green Belt. What I'm going to do is really hone in on towns and village centres. So for me, the context is my working life, and that is placemaking delivery. So I'm going to take you out of the policy sphere and into the very visible delivery in our town and village centres of biodiversity and other functions. So we're going from multi-functions in the Green Belt to multi-functionality right on our high streets. Placemaking, I kind of thought by now there would be several definitions that folks would have already explained, but I'm going to give you mine. And it's really not only a guiding ethos, but also a hands-on approach. And it was coined originally in the 1980s by Project for Public Spaces in the US, although it had earlier origins in town planning in the 1960s. It's now very much an international movement, but it is sort of widely quoted by the UK government, although I do note that in the glossary of their recent documentation on planning, they haven't actually defined what it is themselves. So it is up to interpretation, and I think everyone reading the agenda today may have their different interpretations of what placemaking might be. But it is also a new county council function. And when I was listening to colleagues from Greater Manchester earlier on, and Krista was talking about, the skills needed and that kind of multidisciplinary teams needed, it made me think of our own team. And I'm super proud to lead a team of multidisciplinary professionals, civil engineering, town and transport planning, soon to be a producer maker as well. And myself with a background in botany, perhaps I'm more familiar with the end point of schemes, with the management and maintenance, and also my community life, very heavily involved in community greening and planting. But this was where Project for Public Spaces comes from, and I do recommend you to have a look at their work. And it's actually, to them, it's more about facilitating creative patterns of use and that sort of evolution of a place. It's not a place that is preserved in aspic, and it's also about people getting involved in shaping the public realm. So I know one thing about placemaking, it's not just about aesthetics, and it's not just about physical infrastructure, but it's very much about the people that we're doing it for, and of course the nature that inhabits it. Bringing nature into towns is certainly not a new thing, and I've just put up a quote from the World Economic Forum there. But even in my early career, in 2006, I produced guidance with the Commission for Architecture and the Built Environment, and the lesser known Nigel Dunnett, who is now a professor at the University of Sheffield, called Making Contracts Work for Wildlife. And it's interesting looking back at an old copy of that to see that we had the gumption to talk about improving biodiversity in green spaces and urban parks, but we didn't include our high streets or urban streets as a typology. And I think that was probably because we put it in the too difficult to do box. But I do feel that we've made quite a significant change since then, and new professionals coming into the various sectors that have a part to play in this have really brought all those new ideas in and perhaps challenged the conventional norms of a grey street scene. This is just a little word cloud of what government thinks about placemaking, and it was drawn from a letter from Michael Gove, as Secretary of State, to local government leaders in December 22. And he talks about placemaking as being part of levelling up. So to me, that means looking at the sort of levelling up pillars and what we're trying to achieve, that placemaking has an impact on health. It should be encouraging and enabling a longer life, and also increasing people's satisfaction in their town centres. So all things the levelling up agenda intends to do. But where are we now in Surrey? Well, certainly when I began my career, I don't think we would have seen such biodiverse roundabouts as we do here at Junction 8, the Reigate roundabout on the M25. And although we still mow splays along our main roads, just seeing orchids thriving there, I find very inspiring and exciting. But it wasn't that long ago that I was literally talking to the same colleague in Essex County Council every year to stop the rather unfortunate mowing of a huge swathe of orchids and oxeye daisies before they'd had a chance to flower. So that upskilling of our professionals does also need to extend to our highways teams and maintenance companies and those on our frameworks for highways maintenance too. Also, I think the interpretation of this, as a long-standing green flag judge, I always feel it's really important to have plenty of interpretation so people know what's happening in their place. And I don't think we would have seen overt signage like this about nature at work from Surrey County Council and Surrey Highways even a few years ago. And something that I'll expand on in a minute is the design of physical infrastructure schemes that incorporate nature. I feel the quality of them has really taken a massive leap in recent years. And we've got a really lovely scheme in Caterham Valley that I'll talk to you about momentarily. So, okay, let's have a bit of a reality check. This is where we are also now in Surrey. These are typical examples of street planting. And I'm not going to name and shame, but they're all places that I've visited recently. And in fact, I think if you looked at any high street or town square, town and village square in Surrey, you would probably find maybe some raised brick planters, maybe a proliferation of different types of planters, many with them at this time of year looking quite sorry for themselves and possibly lacking the maintenance budgets or the planting budgets in revenue terms to actually fill them up with plants. So you could say encouraging planting in placemaking is one of these sort of key things that is going to improve things, but it does need to be something that is sustained, and I'll come on to talk about community inputs to that later. But I am really buoyed on by a number of pilots and prototypes that we have in the county at the moment. The Habitat Pilot Project was a project between Surrey Hills Arts, Surrey Wildlife Trust, 4 artists and the University of Surrey. And it involved 400 people in the commissioning of 4 artists to produce what is effectively art in a natural environment, albeit a constructed one, using a seed mix. And this was installed in University of Surrey last summer. And I dearly wish that we could scale this up and see it all over our Surrey towns and villages. I found it very personally very inspiring, and I like the inclusion of inhabitable art, and I've seen this elsewhere and think we could do more of it in Surrey. Also, our flood teams have been trialling these very large planters, soil inside, perennial planting that take rainwater from very large roofs, including our quadrant court at Woking. And you can see not only do they provide some planting and perhaps some places to stop for pollinators, but also seating and a place for your cup of coffee, so encouraging people to stay a bit longer and enjoy nature while they're there. And that's been a real interesting learning for us because whilst we have been through a heat wave, it was incredible how quickly what some in horticulture might consider weeds colonised with the nettle roots wrapped round and moving through the compost in the planters. So I suppose my question is, can the public tolerate a nettle planter, perhaps, in a public environment that might have small tortoiseshell and peacock butterfly caterpillars on it? I'm not sure about that one yet. Also, new engagement techniques. So here's yours truly trying out some virtual reality techniques in Farnham to show people the changes coming to their town centre. But we're not the only ones, and the Green Health and Wellbeing team in Surrey has been trying out virtual reality as well as part of their green social prescribing. So, there are new techniques coming to help people to really get immersed in our natural and physical environment. And overarching with this, I think the public mood is very much changing. And I was talking in the break about a few years ago, we wouldn't have expected to see public acceptance, say, of a verge with dandelions in it. But now it's seen as very much a positive thing where, pollinators are welcomed in. So I do think certain things have caught on with our public that we can capitalise on in the nicest possible way. Where do we want to get to? Well, here's one of my favourite schemes. Greater Green is designed with climate change, wellbeing and economic investment in mind in inner city Sheffield. I've been up to see it myself and I heartily recommend it to you. It is a regeneration area, but it has been led by the installation of a really good green infrastructure and also very good cycle pathways, flood alleviation, and naturalistic planting, and this is a more recent scheme by Nigel Dunnett that I was talking about earlier on. Another scheme by Nigel Dunnett has been the installation in Bergamo Square in Italy of a whole garden environment, and I do really wish that we can have some installations, even temporarily, to show nature and naturalistic planting in practice to people. I have got too many slides today, so I didn't include one also on the Bewley development by Countryside Properties in Chelmsford. But if I had more time, I would widen the conversation out to new developments. And that is one where they've retained the original hedgerows, ancient hedgerows. They've created green parkland, and also fantastic places for people to walk, and rain gardens between the houses, and I do recommend it to you to look at it online or go and visit. So what can town and village centres offer? Well, certainly to link up nature across patches of green space, to reduce severance and to increase, I feel, the availability of habitat and food for pollinators. I don't think it's ever going to be quite as perhaps fully natural as we would want, but certainly it can provide a connection space, as you've got here in Staines upon Thames, out to the wider landscape that people can visit. And also we can use our buildings a lot more to create that sense of urban cooling. And this one is at Quadrant House in Caterham Valley. And I'm very pleased to work with the Surrey developers in Surrey Development Forum, who really do get this nowadays, and they have sustainability practitioners in their teams. So perhaps we are pushing on more of an open door than we were before. How are we going to get there? Well, certainly not, the job is not all done already. We're only going into a detailed design phase for some of the schemes that I'm involved in, and so there's plenty more to do. We do need to be planning for green and blue infrastructure at the earliest stage of development, and that's espoused in Surrey County Council's green and blue infrastructure case studies. We also need to be applying design coding that mandates biodiversity, and I'll come on and talk to you about the Healthy Streets for Surrey guide in a moment, and also our boroughs and districts in Surrey are producing design codes. So could they, for example, be mandating more than 10% biodiversity net gain? We do need to be specifying multifunctionality in design briefs and making sure that all the different needs and concerns are included. This is where my team works with all the different professionals that have a need or an input. And we take all of those policies, climate change delivery plans, highways asset plans, pluck through everything to do with biodiversity or flood management, and then deliver in a very, very physical and very visible space. And this is a place where there may be disagreements about what the benefit is to the public. If you're building out a pavement, for example, to slow traffic, you will be taking out some parking spaces on high streets, and there are people that don't like that. But certainly government policy is changing to support that, with pedestrians and cyclists at the top of the hierarchy. So what are the risks and issues? Well, these are just some of the ones that I could distill, but certainly in my working life and that of my team, there are plenty of real live risks that are stated at all stages of the business case process. So, we have to be ready for every possible question and every eventuality. I do feel that the ephemeral nature of planting and its non-standard maintenance is going to be a real challenge for us. Even in our best schemes, I can see quite a standard planting palette, although you do start to see, single open flowers, which are great for pollinators, and also more native species. But that public acceptance of messiness, it's a risk, but also an opportunity. And I think people are much more wedded now to, seeing perhaps even an annual seeded meadow in a green space or in a high street, rather than seeing these sorry-looking shrubs that aren't really much use to anyone, perhaps other than a litter storage place. So I think also the impact of light pollution on ecosystems. We can't go too far with this and sort of have so much nature inhabiting our towns and cities that it is then adversely impacted, especially insects, by light pollution. So we have to just strike a balance, I feel. So I talked about early planning of green and blue infrastructure, and also I want to talk about design coding now. There's a lot of words on this slide, but effectively it's an excerpt from Healthy Streets for Surrey guide, which was signed off by the County Council Cabinet in October 2022. The reason it's not available online yet is that we're also design coding from it and producing a web tool. So it is available as quite a long document, and I've got a copy at the back of the room for those who are here to see. And it is available on request by email. But in not too long a distant future, in just a few months, there will be a web tool to use that's been developed very, very carefully with users' needs in mind and involving users in its design. So I hope it's going to be incredibly practical to use. The design code Healthy Streets for Surrey guide is our placemaking vision, but I also want to just remind us about that slide from the Project for Public Spaces earlier on, wherein placemaking is not only about aesthetics, it's also about strengthening the connections between people and places. And I feel with really sort of recent successes in things like green social prescribing, the message is definitely getting through that a green and natural environment in towns can really help to avoid social isolation and give people more connectedness with their places. So what is different about this Healthy Streets for Surrey guide, and is it a guide or is it a policy? Well, it includes policy strengths, like Matt alluded to earlier on, and that is that it includes the musts, the coulds and the shoulds. And this is a very strong policy direction to our Surrey developers who are working on new build sites, but we'll also be using it in retrofit situations, whether they might be My Town and Village schemes with the team, and also with things like livable neighbourhoods, and maybe even major transport schemes as well. I won't go through this slide in detail, but I just wanted to pick out number 3. So these are the 6 street core design principles in the Healthy Streets for Surrey guide. And one of those is that green streets that enrich Surrey's biodiversity, enhance the environment and improve air quality. So it's absolutely in there, but there are other critical design principles as well, so that streets allow natural movement, that they support happy and healthy and sustainable lives, and that people can move around, especially pedestrians, cyclists and public transport, and then private vehicles. I just wanted to show you a couple of chapters. Probably don't have much time to dwell on them too much, but just perhaps as a bit of reassurance, but also to show what Surrey County Council feels very strongly about. And that is our climate emergency declared in 2019, and also our tree strategy, which provides further guidance on suitable tree types for different contexts. But it's very much there in the Healthy Streets Guide for Surrey and the Design Code. Also, sustainable drainage systems, and this is an area where we've really been able to work very closely with professional colleagues in the lead local flood authority, and also with our borough and district colleagues. So you'll find town and village schemes are really proactively mitigating floodwaters, especially from surface water flooding, often which is coming from directly from downpipes on the front of businesses. So it makes sense to contain that water and alleviate some of the problems, not only to our town centres, but also to homes as well. And that's a fantastic opportunity to create rain gardens and create, really lovely mini habitats. Capital delivery and maintenance then is really our domain in the placemaking team, and this is where we're really putting all these policies into practice. So I'll just give you a couple of examples. This is a scheme led by Tandridge District Council in a Section 278 agreement with Surrey County Council. And we've got a really, really fantastic scheme here, which we launched to the public last week to great enthusiasm. And there are tree species in there. I think it's about 250 metres in length. There are 14 trees, including double-flowered wild cherry, a cardinal royal rowan, a crabapple as well. So really bringing seasonality into the high street. We're trialling hydro rock, which is a porous material, and also including rain gardens. And Caterham Valley is a place that floods intermittently from surface water, and it's really important that we show that we're building that into the multifunctionality of this scheme. So fantastic public acceptance of that scheme, even though some parking spaces will be coming out as a result. Cranley Village, this is a concept design, going into detailed design now. It's a great opportunity in Cranley. It's a kilometre of high street, There are patches of grass common land, so there's an opportunity for connectivity of those patches. There's a park being developed there too, so great opportunities for connectivity and movement of species. And also outside the village, not too far away, is the Surrey Hills. So what a great opportunity this is for linking people to get out and enjoy nature in the town centre or village centre and then go out into the Surrey Hills, but also perhaps to provide that connectivity between patches of green space, especially for pollinators. And the last one I wanted to show you was no biodiversity at all, but the arts interpretation. So where there is perhaps quite a relentless urban environment and you can't include too much of the real stuff, we can still provide the impression of nature and the interpretation of it. And this is a piece of artwork going in under Staines Iron Bridge very shortly. It's the culmination of a piece of public art engagement, very much led by residents with an artist, and it explains and explores Staines upon Thames' natural and physical built heritage. So, you know, there's plenty of opportunities for those sort of things as well. Don't know how I'm doing for time. Wrap up, okay. Maintenance management, I could have spent a lot longer on, so I'll perhaps leave it with you as a consideration. Within the Healthy Streets for Surrey Guide, there's a lot about maintenance management, but this will all play out in the business cases, as I've mentioned, and it's also, there's a place in here for communities as well to get involved. But it's absolutely critical that if streets are adopted by Surrey County Council, they must meet additional criteria as well as being in accord with the Healthy Streets for Surrey Guide. I wanted to just dwell momentarily on how we might measure success, because I feel there is a little bit of a difference, if you like, between what we can measure in habitats and what we might measure in the town environment. So, for example, you know, we may not be creating that much habitat, but we could be using some of that softer citizen science that Matt was describing earlier, and potentially ecological surveys of before and after activities. There's also a potential impact of improved air quality and slower vehicle speeds as a result of many of these schemes. So, very much close to my heart, the community aftercare. I don't think we could have this presentation without it. Those rather sorry pictures I showed of the planters in our street scene currently, but this is what community groups can provide, and I'm a member of several local horticultural societies myself, and also run a community group that maintains planters on Merstham Station. So, you know, it's a challenge to anyone, and not least, you know, community groups who are really down to a lot of them are down to a de minimis number on their committees in numbers of volunteers. So if there was one thing you did as a result of today, and perhaps were inspired, go and join one of these groups in our urban centres, because they really are struggling and we need their help even more than before, maybe to help water trees that are put newly into town centres, or to create these sort of wonderful streetscapes. And I really am finishing off now, I promise you, but I did promise to my colleagues that I would mention further reading, and that is the Green and Blue Infrastructure Best Practice and Case Studies available on the Surrey County Council website. And these two focus in on the urban greening that I've been talking about today. The guide, the Green and Blue Infrastructure Guide, doesn't cover absolutely everything, but it complements other strategies and guidance, and that includes the new Healthy Streets Guide for Surrey. I think that's me done. Thank you very much.
So huge thanks to Deborah for a really masterful summary of all the exciting things that are going on across Surrey in the placemaking sphere. Very, very interesting. I'm just going to say a few words, very brief, I promise you, on the South East Nature Partnership, and then please be thinking of your questions for Deborah, those online as well as in the room. We'd love to hear from you as well. So I'm just going to tell you a tiny bit about this organisation, which Sarah Jane has been a key part of from the beginning. So as we realised across the southeast, the various counties working on in local nature partnerships, and I think as Krista said earlier, partnership is key to delivery of the crisis that we face in biodiversity. We realised a wider partnership would be valuable. And I'll just explain why. We're trying to tackle both the climate and the nature crisis simultaneously and across a large scale in the southeast. That's our key mission. And of course, we're in a health crisis as well. We've been through a pandemic, but there's a longer-term underlying crisis in health, which you'll all know about. And we can tackle that together as well through the wonders of nature recovery. The geography of the Southeast Nature Partnership is slightly odd because there's a sort of gap in the middle there, but basically most of the counties in the southeast surrounding London have joined up together, and I expect the gaps will fill as we move forward. And we're now a CIC organisation. This states what our aim is as a collective: actively facilitate nature recovery across southeast England to underpin a healthy community and a thriving economy. So basically what we're wanting to do is have greater influence on government strategy, so we're writing various letters to ministers, greater sharing and learning of skills and greater ability to attract the many opportunities that are now out there in the nature world, and the funding opportunities, which we've heard a little bit about today. So we're trying to do things at a bigger scale and more coordinated. And it's been really great learning so far. Wonderful. And those are the details. Chris is the coordinator if anybody wants to link up with the Southeast Nature Partnership who isn't already on it. We do a series of events over the year online with shared learning and discussion on particular topics. You're all welcome to join those. Oh no, we're not quite in lunch, sorry. Don't get hungry. I'm going to come down now and share the Q&A session. Checking whether I've got any online questions. Not yet. Good. So, hands up in the room anywhere? I've got one, so don't worry. It's not going to go completely quiet, but I'm just looking around here. So my question was about, in fact, we had a very good point on farming and food growing earlier, and I wondered whether you'd incorporated any of the thinking from the incredible edible project, which I was very impressed with in my NHS role. Went to visit a few times, and because food is such a crossover for biodiversity and health and the economy, it's such an important, critical part of our lives, isn't it? And food growing in urban centres, is good for pollinators and air quality and everything else, but it also helps with people engagement quite a lot. So I wonder what you thought about that.
Yeah, so in principle I'm hugely supportive, and I too have seen lots of good examples, and one that I particularly love is I think it's in Leominster in Herefordshire. There's also sort of other street food production across Herefordshire, so I totally agree. I think this, perhaps for me, this is more a community-led activity. So for example, having a selection of planters, even the sustainable drainage planter I showed earlier, that the communities can adopt and use themselves and turn into almost a competition in high streets, I've seen done really, really well. And those sponsored planters where businesses take a lead on maintaining them themselves. So I think the answer to food in high streets is very much about the people that are involved in cultivating it. I personally have had not such good experience in my endeavours on Merstham Station. We originally grew tomatoes, we grew herbs, and nobody wanted to eat them because they perceived them as dirty.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So,
yes.
you know, we've got to listen to people as well. So, also, vegetables don't look very nice for the majority of the time of the year.
I challenge you there.
So it's a good debate, but I think that it all comes back to the activation of that street scene and the involvement of people. I don't see Surrey highways, for example, going out and planting kale across our network. No. But if people are interested, for me, they're very welcome to do that in a town setting.
Well, I particularly remember on the aesthetics front, some nice little tripods of runner beans growing in little islands in the town. But you are right about the dirty side of it. But there were people who were volunteers who were encouraged to help people pick and wash and take it home, and free food, marvelous, and feel less vandalism. They had less vandalism as a result of all that.
Definitely, and there's also scaling up to be had. I mean, there are some wonderful examples internationally of food growing on building roofs as well. So huge endeavours, and it's worth just sort of looking some of those up online to get inspiration, because we do have examples of rooftop gardens in this country that you couldn't, I think health gardens as well on top of hospitals and health facilities. So I don't think anything is off the table, but it's all about that public will, really.
Lovely. Sarah Jane, I believe you've got one. There's a hand over there as well. Thank you.
Really interesting talk, Deborah. Thank you for that. So my question is really, I can see huge amount of work has gone into preparing, the Healthy Streets Guide and so on, and we're starting to get some case studies coming through. And actually, my question could apply to almost anything that we're speaking about this morning, but particularly with the placemaking in urban environment. How do you think we can start to accelerate that delivery? Because, a lot of us have had lots of these conversations for a long, long time. And really what I'm sort of thinking about now is how do we accelerate this so we actually get that delivery happening more quickly?
Well, I think that's a brilliant question, Sarah Jane. And you're right, we're only really starting to put a lot of the policy work into practice. And I've mentioned it in a very highly visible way, and at that point when it really becomes contentious and there are trade-offs to be had. In terms of placemaking, what I didn't mention is that our team is exceptionally small. Might be multidisciplinary, but it's very small in number. But we are permeating out into larger highways infrastructure schemes, so incorporating what we might call placemaking elements into larger transport schemes. So that is already happening. And I suppose the thing to remember is that function has only been in existence a little over a year, so we are, we're accelerating as fast as we can. But in the County Council Capital Programme, it is now a dedicated line for capital for town and village centres, which is another step change. So there are different ways that we could organise this. So it may be that we're permeating out from a small team, or it may be that we become a bigger team delivering different policy angles, and that is up to the decision makers within the council. But accelerating delivery is certainly something that we are very much, as a team, a very tenacious bunch of individuals, very keen to do, and see everything out there in practice, because you gain confidence from seeing things out there, and you know that you can do it yourself.
And it is encouraging, isn't it? We were hearing earlier and in your presentation as well, the way it's much more integrated into policy at a high level and at all levels, and the leadership. I mean, that's probably going to see the biggest acceleration. Because we're talking about a massive culture change, really. And a few years ago, I don't think many of us would have imagined we'd get as far as we've got today. So it is going well. think there was a question, oh, there's two questions over here, maybe. Yes, there's two in that third row.
Hi. Got a question about local nature recovery strategies. How many has Surrey decided on and where?
Local nature.
It's not actually a question I can
No,
answer.
it's not, but I can deflect your question, if I may, to Sarah Jane, because she'd be able to answer that, or to Lisa. Sorry, Lisa. Ah. So, with patience, you'll learn a great deal more, but yeah, if you can stay in spite of the snow. There's one over here.
Hi, I'm Verity Warren from Earth Trust. I was really interested in what you were saying about the importance of community engagement and stewardship, but you were also saying that that's something where some groups are struggling to get participation. So do you have any thoughts on how more community stewardship can be stimulated?
Yeah, I mean, I feel there are larger organisations with members and also with local groups in the Surrey boundaries. South East in Bloom being one of them, and I think, you know, the In Bloom has evolved itself very much from bedding in the 1980s and 90s into much more sustainable planting nowadays. So those sort of umbrella groups. There's also the Surrey Horticultural Federation, but, you know, within our number today is the Woodland Trust, and they have, you know, large membership. So if we're talking about the, you know, the aftercare and watering of new street trees, for example, might local members want to get involved in that? So I do think some coordination and curation needs to happen. And I don't currently have that in my remit, but I'm one of those relentless community busybodies, so I can see that happening before long. I also feel the Royal Horticultural Society is showing an interest in us locally to see what we can do as a kind of shop window for horticulture. So I think for me, it's about finding a balance between what is horticulture and planting and what is biodiversity, and where the boundaries blur on that. Planting does need to be resilient to the, all of that kind of challenges of an urban environment. But it can provide movement and connectivity for wildlife.
Okay, and then one more, then I'm afraid we're going to have to move on.
I was just going to be a very quick follow-up question actually about inclusion and diversity within those community groups, because some of those groups you're talking about may have a certain demographic that they tend to attract.
That's a really good point. And one of the things we found from some of those examples that I was showing earlier on different engagement techniques like using virtual reality is that we have reached out to very different members of our communities to get them more involved in shaping town centres. So we do find I think all local authorities might be the same. We do get quite a small demographic of people responding to consultations, getting involved in shaping places, and we do want to open that up as widely as possible. We do have some great emerging links with green social prescribing and health practitioners as well, so they can remind us about some of those vulnerable and vulnerable groups, and perhaps people that don't often have a voice in this type of activity. So we're very, very mindful of it, and certainly being very proactive about it. But thank you so much for raising it.
Thank you. And last question from Krista. I'm afraid I haven't seen any come up on my screen online, but if you are trying to get through, Zoe will let me know, I hope.
Thank you. Yeah, Krista Patrick Paz. I was actually going to ask you a question about green social prescribing, but we've had that one. So my second question is just about, the whole principle about embedding interventions right at the start in terms of design process. And I'm just wondering in terms of, because often, these kind of additional kind of measures, are seen as an afterthought, or that, the money's run out now. So I'm just wondering what works best really in terms of when engaging with developers and delivery organisation. What's the key messages that work best with to actually kind of get them to understand the rationale behind it?
Well, if our lead for transport development planning in Surrey was here, he would say to developers, get involved with us as soon as you can, pre-concept design, so that we can explain the Healthy Streets for Surrey Guide, so we can embed some really positive design principles with you. And he did actually say that to Surrey developers at a very recent meeting of the Development Forum. So there is a very lively discussion and debate on that. There are some exemplars in the county and ones that want to provide case studies on things applying the techniques in the Healthy Streets Guide for Surrey. So we will be working on some live case studies in new developments and engaging with some of the developers like Redrow, for example, which have numerous sort of checklists and criteria for their professionals to apply in the design process. I don't feel we're knocking on a closed door anymore. And perhaps there are a few more enlightened ones. I've mentioned countryside properties before. And perhaps they can afford to do that because the housing value is very high in their developments. But certainly it feels like there's a sea change, and by local authorities providing very, very clear design codes, I think that will further the agenda massively and very quickly.
Yes. Sorry, there are hands going up, and I'm running over time, and there is a special announcement as well to squeeze in before lunch. But Sarah Jane, shall I carry on, or do you want me to? There's a couple of hands going up still. If you can be super brief, that would be great. Go ahead, sorry.
It was really just a follow-on question from that point that was made about engaging with developers. And over my career, one of the key constraints or barriers for developers engaging this, even when they've got very enthusiastic landscape architects, etc., is around adoption of that space and the long-term maintenance. And I just would be interested to hear what progress has been made to offer reassurance to developers that these spaces, when they are creatively designed, will be adopted.
Well, I'm going to put that question slightly back to you. And is it the most desirable thing for all streets to be adopted by the local highways authority? Certainly when I left Essex, the Bewley development wasn't going to be. And they'd incorporated so much sustainable drainage on site, they didn't feel that it was necessary. So the Highways Authority were really struggling to take on board things like the sustainable drainage systems in rain gardens. And perhaps with the onset of the sustainable drainage approving bodies, that might make local authorities even more hesitant to adopt sustainable drainage in developments because they'd have to maintain them. So I'm not sure it's as cut and dried as that, as being the most desirable thing. But I think that one of the slides I showed earlier was about what a developer would need to do for their development to be adopted by Surrey Highways, and that is more than just applying the Healthy Streets for Surrey Guide. But it's always a conversation, I think.
Yes, well, thank you very much indeed. And I'm really sorry I'm going to have to close at that point because I've had a message about lunch being ready, which is very exciting. But big thanks again to Deborah for fielding such a wide range of questions. That was really good and very interesting. And I'm sure we've got a lot more to talk about over lunch. Stimulated a lot of thoughts. So thank you very much, Deborah. Over to Lisa.
Because we didn't want to let the day go by without acknowledging all the hard work that a certain Simon Elson has put into, look at his face, has put into not only this conference, but all the conferences. And I hear he's retiring from the County Council. And in view of that, we have a little gift for you here. Simon, would you like to come up? Yes. No, look at that. It's hiding. However, should you wish to continue after retirement on the conference, please do. No, it just means we've got to acknowledge a slight break. That's part. I haven't finished yet, a bit more to come. And hang on, something else. I feel that your wife just might enjoy those.
Well, it's my wife's birthday today.
Oh, well, there you are. Well done. Yes. Did you want to say anything? Or?
Yes, go on then.
Go on. Sorry,
sorry to intrude on lunch. That's very kind and quite unnecessary. Because if you know me, I always go, it's not we that's important, it's what we do that's important. And quite simply that while I'm retiring from the County Council, I'm not retiring from the environmental world. I'm certainly looking to do a lot more. And what I'd say to all my colleagues across the board, just watch it, because I'll be on the other side of the wall. So.
And it looks like lunch is just about ready, so if you get up slowly and turn around, please enjoy your lunch.
Thank
Good afternoon. If you could all make your way now to your seats, please, except my speaker. So that was...
Didn't want me to take that with me.
Right, welcome back for the afternoon. We're now going to cover some quite important areas, I hope, to fill out what we went through this morning and go into biodiversity net gain, the local nature recovery strategy, and then actually have a discussion with people working in Surrey and planning to see what we're actually doing now in Surrey and where we can go next. Right, so if I can introduce Andy Smith, the Director for SQW Land and Property, and David Coote, who I believe is from Temple? Is from Temple. And they're going to talk about biodiversity net gain.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Yes, we've got a double act for you now. So the reasons for which hopefully will become apparent as we go through this presentation. So we're going to talk to you about a piece of work that was commissioned by Kent County Council last year to assess the viability of biodiversity net gain across the county. And it was really, the purpose was to answer this simple question, which is to allow planning authorities to understand whether targeting more than 10% biodiversity net gain was potentially viable in Kent under what circumstances. So it was commissioned last year. We reported in June last year. And the baseline, the assumption was that the 10% biodiversity net gain was already established. And we were asked to provide an independent assessment of the viability implications of maybe raising that to 15 or 20% and in what areas, and to understand the different impact in different locations across the county. And also to understand the impacts of on and off-site provision and what that may look like. So this plan shows sort of the whole of Kent, and just to confirm that the Medway Unitary Authority was also included in the study area. So the reason that there's two of us speaking, my name's Andy Smith, I'm the Head of Land and Property at SQW. We're a consultancy service, we're registered chartered surveyors, and our role really was to understand, to define the typologies that we were going to investigate, and also to do the financial viability assessment and scenario testing. So we were on the kind of the financial modelling side. David?
Yeah, so my name is David Coote. I work with Temple. We're a multidisciplinary environmental SME, and we were brought on board to look at the biodiversity net gain side of it, so determining what habitat assumptions we needed to make, and the habitat costs, and calculating the biodiversity outputs.
Thanks, David. So this is necessarily going to be quite a whistle-stop tour of the process we went through and the findings, but this sort of flow diagram outlines the broad methodology we adopted, which was in line with, broadly in line with NPPF local plan viability approach, but applied on a county-wide scale, which threw up some quite interesting challenges for us. So we started by identifying a number of development typologies, agreeing a whole load of viability input assumptions for each of those typologies. David then helped advise on the land take and the cost of delivering biodiversity net gain, which fed into our model. We then went through a whole load of stakeholder consultations with landowners, developers, planning officers, etc., to agree that before running the model on a cash flow basis and reporting on the analysis and the results. So the first step was to agree a number of typologies, which we did for both residential and commercial. The main focus of the study was residential development, so we looked at what that may look like on a whole variety of greenfield and brownfield sites, ranging from 25 units up to 5,000 unit strategic extensions. We had to make assumptions around the starting gross to net development ratios and the typical development densities on those sites. And we did that by looking at sort of what's coming forward in local plans and what development has typically taken place. We also tested a couple of industrial typologies, sort of small, medium-sized industrial units and large-scale warehousing type developments, and also offices. I won't bore you with all the detail of this slide, but just to show that these are sort of all of the considerations that had to be agreed. So that, you know, looking at the tenure type, the values, build costs, developer profit levels, baseline land values, etc. All of that we had to bring into our model. And of course, critically, the actual cost and land take associated with delivering the biodiversity net gain itself. And just to give you a flavour of that, so we tested sort of lower, medium and high value areas across Kent, which range from about £200 per square foot value at the lower end, right up to in excess of £500 a square foot at the top end. And that, you know, as you'll see from the results, that is quite critical to determine what is actually viable in terms of delivering biodiversity net gain. And this little plan also shows quite helpfully sort of the variance in build costs. So this is BCIS, Build Cost Information Service, and it just plans sort of the heat map of the different costs of typically developing in these areas that we had to factor in. David.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, thanks, Andy. As Andy said, the primary approach to this, the typologies, and so for each different typology for the development, we had to look at what the baseline biodiversity net gain values would be. So we had to take a hypothetical baseline. We said, what's the pre-development habitats are going to be like? We took this on the basis, partly on our own project experience. We also did a review of planning applications, although we had to be careful not to make it too specific because we're looking at county-wide, we can't try and tie it down too much. So I had to feed in the different habitat types and conditions that would be appropriate and typical of each typology. And one of the main assumptions we had to make there also was that through sort of feasibility stage, we would be avoiding, or most developments would be avoiding developing on higher value habitats, so avoiding priority habitats, and also as partly as a sort of practical measure, we assumed low strategic significance for everything, which is not too onerous because as the strategic value is liable to stay relatively similar throughout the process before and after anyway, so it doesn't upset the balance too much. So for example, one of the typologies Andy referred to, so a large to medium greenfield residential development. We've assumed a baseline of sort of cereal arable crops, some intensive grassland, and then some areas of scrub and small sort of shelter belt woodland around the margin. So then we made assumptions about the post-development, so what is the developer likely to bring forward, again based on largely on our previous project experience, looking for what's typical and best reasonably achievable options. So we know what developers tend to go for and what's generally deliverable. We're not going to say, let's create lowland meadow, because that's probably not going to happen. So looking at appropriate enhancement and management and new habitat creation. This was based partly also on the net to gross ratios that Andy provided. So we know what size of actual development plot we have and what green space we have excess then to work with to provide on-site biodiversity net gain. So here is one example of that same site. What we've put into the post-development example for on-site development at 10% net gain as a baseline level. So in doing this, we had to then, once we determined what our before and after habitats are going to be like, where you put into the assess the biodiversity provision, following best practice principles, so mitigation hierarchy, etc., all put in there and in the first instance. So essentially we achieved the minimum, or the best possible achievable net gain on site. We worked out what that was, and then we could adjust it to 10, 15 or 20%, or the best reasonable if there's a shortfall. Then that shortfall would then be used to inform the viability assessment, either through off-site offsetting, so or through changing the parameters of the development. And in this case, we made the decision to where there was a shortfall, in order to deliver on-site, we would expand the site boundary rather than reducing the development area. That was for practicalities in terms of viability assessment, so we don't have to mess about with densities and net to gross ratios within the original site. So here's a little example, so a little illustration. So we start 10, 15 and 20% targets. So we do our calculations and we can achieve more than 10% on this particular one, but it's not reaching 15 or 20%. So then we've got the shortfall there above these units, tells us how much is needed to offset off-site, or, as our alternative, the additional land take needed to deliver the target net gain on-site. The next step in order to provide the information needed for the viability assessment was to look at the costs. So we did a cost exercise. Now this isn't as much as detailed, obviously, in the limited time we had, as there will be others out there who've done a lot more detail on this. But we looked at a number of different sources, so starting with the DEFRA impact assessment for biodiversity net gain and supporting reports, evidence from our own projects, previous ones, consultation with our own associates in terms of habitat management delivery companies, and also, as we'll come to in a second, stakeholder consultation through the LPA and talking to Kent Wildlife Trust, who are an important advisor on that. As a result of which, we came up with a very wide range of habitat costs for any different kind of habitat. For example, woodland ranges some, the numbers we got back could range from something between just over 10,000 per hectare to 195,000 a hectare. So we've taken generally somewhere in sort of mid-range cost, informed by a bit of a balance of the various different inputs. So, so for example, for woodland, we came up with 75,000 for woodland creation, 45,000 for enhancement and management. And for off-site costs, again, we looked through the various different appropriate sources, and we arrived with a biodiversity cost across the board of 19,000 per biodiversity unit. Now, we didn't take that for the off-site ones. We didn't go and look into specific habitats because obviously it gets extremely complicated looking at which habitats you're creating off-site and what's available. So for purposes of this, it had to be kept relatively simple, but we're aware that that is a limitation. Once we'd determined our baseline inputs for the viability and for the biodiversity net gain, how we were going to do it, the process, where we were going to get the details from, we took this through consultation with the Kent County Council and with other members of Kent local authorities. We did a council consultation with them, a meeting, workshop, went through our proposals, which was then feedback and refined. We then took to a second consultation meeting with landowners and developers to get their inputs as well, which obviously threw a completely different viewpoint on the what we were proposing, and gave also some really useful inputs to things like costs. So we had to present our scenario assumptions, the inputs, the viability model, habitats, then our draft habitat costs. The important point to make here was also that we didn't present them with interim results, although we had some in our back pocket. We didn't actually say this is what we think is going to happen, because we didn't want to preempt and give sort of false ideas of what might actually come out at the end of it. So yeah, as I say, so the key challenges we came up with, the first one I'll pick up on here is the habitat costs, as I said, huge variability. So we took a wide range of cost sources and had to use that to inform a best estimate that we could gain with consultation and stakeholder feedback. I'll pass back to Andy now to go through some of the more detailed challenges on the viability side of things.
Thanks, David. So one of the key things that came out of the consultation process is how this project, the results from this project, would integrate with the local plan viability testing. And we had to be very clear that this, we didn't want to create a conflict with local plan. So this was a sort of piece of work that local planning authorities could draw on and build into their own evidence base. But it's essential that the local plan viability assessment is a piece of work that stands alone on its own merit and is not conflicted with this. Another thing that came out of the consultation was a lot of landowners, developers in particular, saying, look, we're already hugely struggling to deliver 10% biodiversity net gain, why are Kent pushing for 15 or 20%? And what we actually learned was, and I don't want to preempt the results, but actually it's this transitional problem that we're really wrestling with, where landowners have bought land, developers have bought land, or option agreements have been secured, or master plans have been prepared without that 10% biodiversity net gain being built in from the outset. And actually, once we get past that transitional problem of land being planned and acquired and deals done on that basis, actually it becomes much easier. So we also had to account, as David has said, for additional land take where on-site provision is taking us beyond 10%. So for the 500, 100 and 25 unit greenfield scenarios, they did require additional land. So as David said, we expanded the boundary and had to think about what the additional costs of acquiring that land were. And as I've already mentioned, you know, across the whole of the county, there's a very wide range of values and development costs. So we kind of did scenario testing, which this, you don't need to look at the detail, but the point is that we looked at sort of build costs versus values and sort of heat mapped where the viability thresholds were and how the viability, how biodiversity net gain impacted on moving that position of what's viable and what isn't. And the other question that people were really interested to hear from was, how does biodiversity net gain policy, if we develop, you know, if we kind of move down that route of enhanced BNG policy, what does that do to affordable housing and other planning policy in particular? And that was a critical question that we were asked to sort of investigate. So just finishing off with some findings and conclusions for you. So the first point really that came out of our study is that in order to deliver enhanced biodiversity net gain at the 15 or 20% level, we really are looking at those areas which are fundamentally viable for development to occur anyway and already meet the existing planning obligations on it. And what we found was that across Kent, that really meant that residential values in excess of £320 per square foot were required, industrial values in excess of £7.50 per square foot rents for warehousing and logistics. And it was actually very difficult to make offices stack up and provide enhanced biodiversity net gain. So I think that the take-home message there is it is relatively easy to do this in the more affluent, higher value areas, but it's extremely challenging unless you've got the values there to substantiate it. However, our analysis also showed that both for on-site and off-site provision, the additional cost of delivering biodiversity net gain is relatively small when compared with many of the other inputs into the viability assessment. So this is quite an easy win, really, when it's seen in the wider context. And the biggest challenge in most cases is, as I mentioned, getting to that 10% biodiversity threshold. And once you've got there, the marginal cost of increasing that to 15 or 20% in most cases is actually relatively limited. So this table here, and I've tried to colour code it so that sort of the key messages jump out. So the middle two columns are for 15 and 20% on-site provision, as where the two right-hand columns are for off-site provision. And this shows what we've calculated to be the additional cost per residential dwelling of delivering those higher thresholds. And as you can see, in almost all instances, it is cheaper to deliver that biodiversity net gain on-site rather than off-site. And in most, the exception being in the scenarios where additional land take is required, at which case it is then easier to make an off-site contribution. And as you can see, typically, certainly for the brownfield sites, the actual cost per unit is very, very small indeed. But typically, you know, we're talking about a few £100s per unit, which is relatively marginal in the context of an overall viability appraisal. So does that mean it's easy for local authorities to adopt this policy? Well, not necessarily. There's still sort of a lot of political challenges that will inevitably come up. And I think, but we have to kind of remember that there is probably to be expected pushback from developers who are struggling with this challenge of moving to 10% biodiversity net gain. But that really is embedded in kind of the deals that they've already done. And actually kind of if enhanced biodiversity policy is to be adopted, it's really important that that work gets done early, it gets built into local plan viability assessments, and that master plans and deals that are done coming forward in the longer term, it ought to be achievable in the higher value areas. But it's really important that that gets embedded into local planning policy early. The other point that we really wanted to emphasise is that for local plan makers, the implications of additional land take or reduced densities must not be forgotten. So in terms of the land availability assessments, it's really important that the implications of biodiversity get factored into the calculations to know how much land needs to be allocated. And the final point really is that what we found was that a percentage measure for some sites is not actually the best metric. So if we think of an unvegetated brownfield site, not one that's been rewilded, but one that's got very little biodiversity on it at the moment, achieving 20% is dead easy, because there's 20% of nothing is still nothing. 200% is still a very small amount. So we would also encourage people to think about not just percentage terms, but actually sort of absolute provision in those sort of scenarios as well. Are there minimum levels that could be introduced where it's appropriate? Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, our last speaker is Viv Greenough. I can't see her now. She's going to talk about the local nature recovery strategy. And then we're going to go into a panel, just to describe what we're going to do next. Then we'll go into a panel, and I will bring all these speakers along at the end of that panel, if that's okay, so you can then ask questions of everybody.
Okay. Hi everyone, and thanks very much for inviting me to talk to you today about the local nature recovery strategy for Surrey. So I'm Vivian Greenough, or Viv, and I head up the natural environment team at Surrey County Council. Our team covers all aspects of ecology and landscape. And yeah, one of our key responsibilities for this year will be the delivery of the LNRS. So there's quite a lot of ground to cover. I am timing myself, so I'm just going to crack on. So what is the local nature recovery strategy? So it was introduced by the Environment Act in 2021. And the definition is, it's a new mandatory England-wide system of spatial strategies, which will establish priorities and map proposals for specific actions to drive nature recovery and wider environmental benefits. And there are three key elements to the LNRS. These are to agree priorities for nature recovery, map the most valuable existing habitats for nature, and also map specific proposals for creating or improving habitat for nature and with wider environmental goals. So where did this all come from? So unfortunately, it is well documented in scientific literature, as well as common knowledge, I feel now, that biodiversity in the UK has severely declined since the 1970s. So since then, it's estimated 41% of UK species have decreased in abundance, and also average species populations have also fallen by 13%. In addition to this, 80% of the UK's land is either urban or intensively managed for food production. And quite shockingly, the UK is in the bottom 10% of countries globally for its biodiversity. So what is the situation in Surrey? So Surrey very much mirrors this downward trend, but the most recent State of Nature in Surrey report has said that it's actually accelerated decline in Surrey. So since 1985, it's estimated 1 in 9 species are now locally extinct in Surrey. So, in 2009, the Secretary of State commissioned a review of England's wildlife sites and ecological network. And the output of this was the Making Space for Nature report. It was published in September 2010. We also commonly refer to this as the Lawton report. And the review concluded that England's wildlife sites, despite their diversity, did not comprise a coherent or resilient ecological network, let alone one that was capable of the future pressures which will come with climatic change and other development pressures. And that isolated nature reserves are not enough, our landscape is fragmented, and species are unable to move across their habitats and thrive. So whilst the protection of our designated site has played a key role in protecting our most precious sites for nature conservation, it is not enough, and we now need to move our approach from protection through to actual restoration. And the key takeaways from this Lawton report, four words: more, bigger, better, and joined. We'll all have heard about those words here today. We need more designated sites for nature. They need to be bigger. We need to buffer existing sites. They need to be better. We need to be managing them in the most appropriate way. And they need to be joined, and that goes across rural as well as urban environments as well. So the Lawton report really did play a really key role because it went on to inform our current government policy that we have. So the government, back in 2018, published the 25-year Environment Plan, and this pledged to develop a national-scale nature recovery network, and also said that it would create 500,000 hectares of new or improved habitat outside of our existing designated sites. In September 2020, the government also pledged for 30 by 30. So that is protecting 30% of our land for nature by the year 2030. And this is now no longer just a pledge. We have recently heard this morning, that only a few weeks ago, the government published the Environmental Improvement Plan. And this now commits us to 30 by 30. So the Environmental Improvement Plan was the first review of the government's 25-year Environment Plan, and it reinforces the content of the 25-year plan. It sets out targets and commitments, and also a plan to deliver our goals. And such delivery mechanisms which are talked about include the local nature recovery strategies and also biodiversity net gain. So, local nature recovery strategies, they are new. They're a mandatory requirement of the Environment Act, but they are, the principle behind them is not new. We have known what we need to do for over a decade now. So what does the Environment Act say that we need to do? So if you're interested, it's Chapter 6, Section 106 of the Environment Act, states that the LNRS output should be, 1, a statement of biodiversity priorities. This will include description of the strategy area and its biodiversity, a description of opportunities for recovering biodiversity, priorities for recovering biodiversity, and also measures relating to those priorities. The other output from the LNRS will be a local habitat map. This is going to be the spatial strategy. And this will identify the existing designated sites we have for wildlife, both statutory and non-statutory, other areas of particular importance for biodiversity, and areas where habitat restoration or nature recovery could make the most contribution to our other environmental goals and benefits we get from them. So the production of the local nature recovery strategy, it will be evidence-based, it will be local-led, and it will be collaborative. It will help to create a network of shared plans which are available to everyone, public and private sector, who can help to deliver it. And each local nature recovery strategy will contribute to the wider national network, and they'll grow over time. So as the action on the ground delivers, the network will grow. And this, in turn, we hope, will achieve the wider environmental objectives that we're all talking about, like carbon sequestration or natural flood alleviation, for example. It's also important to highlight that the local nature recovery strategy will help support the delivery of offsets, which will be required from the mandatory requirement of BNG, which we've just heard about. And it will guide and channel where those offset investments from those developments that need to hit their BNG targets will go. So how will the progress be monitored? So the responsible authority will report on progress and periodically update the strategy at least once every 5 years. And the other new requirement from the Environment Act that public bodies have is an enhanced or strengthened biodiversity duty. So this is in section 102 and 103 of the Environment Act. We are still waiting for further guidance on what that strengthened duty means we must do, but it's highly likely it will tie into the update and reporting on the progress of the LNRS. We're not going into this blind. From September 2020 to May 21, 5 LNRS pilot schemes were run, and these took place in Buckinghamshire, Cornwall, Cumbria, Greater Manchester, and also Northumberland. They were coordinated by Natural England, and there was a 1 million fund pot shared between them all. Don't have time to go into it all today, but there were, all of the lessons learned from the production of those pilots will be feeding into the regulations and guidance which will be issued to us shortly for the national rollout of LNRS. But the 5 key points which were made is that you need good preparation, you obviously need enough resource, sufficient resource and capacity, data and evidence was key, obviously collaboration as well with our stakeholders and partners, and also the end use of the product as well. So what is the latest position of LNRS? So in November just last year, it's confirmed that Surrey County Council will be the responsible authority for the Surrey LNRS. And we've been told we're expected to start developing our local nature recovery strategies by the start of April 2023. And this would be following the release of secondary legislation and guidance in early 2023. However, I'm smiling because we're still awaiting that guidance. It could be any day now, but we're ready and waiting. We have received 2 tranches of CCORN funding. The first tranche was just over £16,000, which we got given in March 22 last year. We are spending this now, more on that in a bit. And we have had a second tranche of funding of 32.5. That was released in November 22, and we've had confirmation that we are able to carry that over into the next financial year. We're holding off on that at the moment because we really want to see the secondary guidance and legislation before deciding how to spend that. So what have we been doing in the interim? So we have a steering group which has been established and we're regularly meeting. That is chaired by our Director of Environment, Carolyn Mackenzie. We are also working with the Surrey Developers Forum, Land App, which is a GIS cloud-based platform, and also closely speaking with Space for Nature project, headed up by Surrey Wildlife Trust, as well as other partners, Paynes Hills Park. And we also have a South East LNRS group set up, which spans across Kent, East and West Sussex, and Surrey. So going back to that first CCORN funding and how we're using that, so we've instructed SBIC, Surrey Biodiversity Information Centre, to do a data audit for us. So we are looking at what existing data we have and what we already know about. Is there other data out there that we know of but don't have access to? And also, what data do we not have? Where are our data gaps? And I think what's really important to take away from today is actually Surrey's in a really, really good and strong position already because our baseline data is excellent. So here on the screen here is a map of our rural biodiversity opportunity areas. So the concept of BOAs in Surrey has been around since 2009. So again, it's not a new principle. The BOA network was set up primarily to assist with the planning sector to conform to national policy guidance, which has now been superseded by the NPPF. But it's a regional spatial strategy which highlights areas where habitat improvement as well as habitat management will be done, will be the best places to restore and recreate priority habitats and provide effective habitat for priority species. And across Surrey, we have 50 of these rural BOAs, and occupying 39% of the land area in Surrey. And each BOA has a policy statement unique to that BOA, which have a set of targets and objectives, including ecosystem services that it provides or could potentially expand on. But we don't just have rural BOAs, we also have urban BOAs. So this is not yet in the public domain, but in August 21, the Council instructed Surrey Wildlife Trust to do this study for us. And it's very similar to the study of the rural boroughs, but looking obviously in the urban environment, because again, it's not just our rural areas, we must connect our urban areas as well and provide those stepping stones. So yes, we have urban boroughs as well. There's 15 of them across the county, and alike to the rurals, there's policy statements for each one. So the second piece of work that we're doing with the initial CCORN funding is also a stakeholder engagement exercise, and this is being headed up by Surrey Nature Partnership. So at the moment, Lisa is very busy looking at all our stakeholder names and contacts, and we are about to make initial contact with a few key stakeholders with a questionnaire. So yeah, do look out for that. And yeah, we have regular workshops as well. But yeah, just the initial stage. Further, stakeholder engagement is really going to be key to delivering the LNRS, so it's going to be an ongoing process. Okay, so I wanted to touch on this really, because obviously, you know, the LNRS, it's a spatial strategy, it will be a map. And what's really important for, you know, us to reverse the decline in biodiversity will be the action delivered on the ground. So one of the main queries you have with this is, you know, what will be the delivery and funding mechanisms? So I've already mentioned B&G offsets from development. The LNRS really will play a key role in channeling those offsets to deliver the local nature recovery strategy. Also, environmental land management scheme, ELMS. Again, we're waiting on further guidance of that, but they'll have a role to play as well. And other funding streams, carbon credits, or government funds for flood alleviation, and other green investment streams. But there will be challenges to come, and I think I wanted to, the first challenge I really wanted to tie into how LNRS will be delivered via the planning system. Because I think really what's key is we need the local nature recovery strategy to be given material weight through the planning system in order for them to be successful. So at present, the Environment Act says that local authorities are only required to have a general regard to the LNRS. However, it is acknowledged in the government's environmental improvement plan, so this is a quote from them, "It is important that LNRS have weight and meaning across a range of government policies. We will set out in guidance how the LNRS should be reflected in local plans so that opportunities for nature recovery can be properly integrated into the land use planning system. Working with the new requirement for BNG, this will help the planning system play a more proactive role for nature and the environment." So we are awaiting guidance on this, and we have been told that the guidance will be after the LNRS guidance, but we really, really want to have, you know, those two key guidance documents at the same time, so we are all clear on, you know, how everything's going to fit together. But I think what I wanted to highlight is I looked into this a bit further just this last week, and I found a legal interpretation of what it means to have regard to. And so this quote up on screen is from Landmark Chambers. So to have regard to a matter means simply that the matter must be specifically considered, Not that it be given greater weight than any other matters, certainly not that it is some sort of trump card. It does not impose a presumption in favour of a particular result or duty to achieve that result. In the circumstances of the case, other matters may outweigh it in the balance of decision-making, and on careful consideration, the matter may be given very little, if any, weight. However, what we are starting to see is that local plans are starting to, particularly new ones which are coming through in emerging local plan policy, are starting to include LNRS within those plans. And one such example is Guildford Borough Council. So Guildford Borough Council's local plan part 2 has just gone through the inspector, who's found it sound, subject to some amendments. But within that plan, Guildford have a policy that says, sorry, I've lost my trail of thought here, pardon me, that biodiversity measures are required to align and deliver with the local nature recovery strategy. However, when I was at a conference last week, I heard a stat that said only 40% of local planning authorities in England have up-to-date local plans. And with the NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework, being silent and not mentioning LNRS, I do worry that it could open challenge at planning committees and appeals. But let's hope the further guidance from government provides some clarity in that respect. Okay, some other challenges. Stacking of environmental credits. Again, this has been mentioned today, and we did have some new guidance released 2 weeks ago from government on, how credits can be stacked, BNG, nutrient neutrality. But again, we still need much more clarity in that regard, because one of the challenges will be, landowners do want certainty. Land that they own, they want that certainty in their investments. They want to understand what investment they will get back from their land. And yeah, lack of funding to deliver. The 2C corn funding, that isn't it. We will get given more funding, but at the moment we do not know what the sum of that funding will be. However, we have been told we won't be disappointed from a source, but we just don't know. And then, resourcing and capacity and, consistency of a national rollout. I think Surrey's in a really quite privileged, but, we are in a way, we've already got this really good baseline data. There are other, council authorities out there which don't have such good baseline data. Just to finish up with some of the existing parallel projects which are ongoing in the county at the moment, which will be part of the LNRS and feed into the LNRS. So at Surrey County Council, we have got Surrey Wildlife Trust doing an update of our Conservation Verge Habitat Action Plan at the moment. Roadside highways really do play that key role in connecting, habitats, through urban environments. We've also we've got now a 2-year contract with LandApp, which is a GIS cloud-based platform, and they're undertaking a best guess of Surrey's habitats for us at the moment. And alongside that, we will be running a biodiversity net gain study where we're looking at Surrey County Council land holdings and seeing where opportunities are for habitat banks. And I'm also looking to collaborate with the districts and boroughs within the study as well. Other projects which are going on, Surrey Wildlife Trust and ESPIC are doing an update and a review of SNCI selection criteria, so that's our locally designated sites of nature conservation importance. And Natural England have an ambitious landscape scale nature recovery project ongoing at the moment, taking place in West Surrey, and that's called Heathland Connections. And then there's a board at the back of the conference room today, but there's also Surrey Wildlife Trust Space for Nature project as well, which is a really new and exciting project, again, using GIS to gather that baseline on habitats. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, Viv. Right, if I can ask my panel to come up, please. There should be 4 of you. And then I'm going to bring the 3 speakers back at the end so we can all ask questions then. Right, I've got Mike. Sorry? Ah, yes. Okay. I'm going to start by setting a few questions actually to the panel. Because now the panel we have before us are 3 planners, I think I'm right in saying. And I'm going to call you an ecologist who has an immense experience of planning. So what I'm interested in doing now is just getting them to tell us what the practical issues are and what they think could be done to improve them. So I'm going to start and ask you all of this one by one. So if I start with Craig down the end, what do you think planning is doing for biodiversity, health and well-being in Surrey at the moment?
I think one of the important things that we've at Spelthorne that we've been trying to work on is trying to improve the relationship, particularly between biodiversity and planning, so that we're able to embed that more effectively within the planning process. And we try to draw forward a number of sorts of ideas leading in towards the implementation of biodiversity net gain, as well as trying to secure some sort of longer term benefits as well. Our biodiversity policy is looking at encouraging sort of different typologies, and that also feeds in to sort of the general health and well-being approach, considering green spaces for multifunctional uses. And I think that's important, is to be aware that biodiversity can be flexible, I suppose, in one respect, in that it's not just about a certain species or habitat. It's about opportunities to spread those uses out to other types where they're most appropriate. And I think that's, given that we've got relatively small amount of available land, it's trying to make that most effective whilst also trying to secure those improvements. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge, really, is making the best of the land that's available, whilst also ensuring that the intrinsic value isn't affected by any of those changes that we're looking to bring in.
There you go, yes, no, it's on, there you go. Well, what says it's easy for me, because the world I live in is dealing with mineral site restoration, so we have big sites. So for a long time we've been able to deliver big scale delivery, so we can take a whole site rather than, okay, well, a large part of the site is going for built development. And the important thing there is we've always tried to context what we've been doing in terms of other strategies and developments, be it BOAs or district council green infrastructure, so you get those linkages, and indeed trying to get examples you can learn in one sector to jump into other sectors. And Deborah's slide this morning had a slide of a housing development, and that was adjoining one of our restoration areas, so we managed to get the principles there to jump from the extraction industry to the built housing industry, which was a major step forward in that sort of thing. But while I'm going, equally, there's a part of me doesn't want to go, because the opportunities that potentially now exist are potentially fantastic if we can grab them.
Hello, yeah, Duncan Clark from Mole Valley District Council, just across the road. I can only really talk about the draft Mole Valley local plan. It's currently draft. It's now expected to be adopted in the autumn, and the policies have been through the hearings and are unlikely to change from the main modifications. The inspector has allowed 20% net gain, biodiversity net gain above the 10% in the Environment Act, and I think there were 5 questions she really wanted answered. Are we allowed to go above the 10%? And the answer is yes, it's a minimum, but it's not a maximum. Is there a need for 20% biodiversity net gain in Surrey? Well, yes, the State of Surrey Nature Report tells you that. Is biodiversity in Surrey worth saving? And again, you'll be pleased to know the answer is yes, because we have a much greater coverage of SSSI. This was the best comparison we could get. Much greater SSSI coverage than Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire or Berkshire. And then, is Mole Valley's biodiversity special, was the fourth question she wanted answered. And that again was yes, because in terms of likely to be extinct, very rare or rare UK priority or protected species, Mole Valley had a high proportion of those. And the final question that she wanted was, can the developments bear the cost? And we found much the same findings as the gentleman who were on before, that it's getting back to the 10%, it's getting back to 0 or 10% is where the cost is. The adding on to 10 to 20% was a very small cost. And in the great scheme of things, as a cost to the development, it was very, very small. So, and as Surrey's house prices are astronomical and its land values are lower than those in London, developers should be able to bear these costs quite easily, so don't let them get away with it.
Yeah, well, as Lisa said, I'm an ecologist I was working with Mole Valley on their, on getting this policy through most recently. Well, interesting question, that one that you posed there, Lisa. I think planning is, in a county like Surrey with huge competition over land use, planning is undoubtedly, it's almost the first line of defence on the natural environment. And by and large, I think the planning system here has risen to that. In the decade and a bit that I've worked in Surrey, I think I've seen planning policy really, really develop. Over the local planning, evolution of local planning, and in that time, it's really embraced the debate and the possibilities of achieving zero, low carbon in construction, transport, what have you. I think with biodiversity policy, it's probably been a bit slower in that respect, because whether it's lack of specialists in local planning, that could well be it, but there tends to be this sort of bolting on the extra rather than doing a root and branch type review and consolidation. But undoubtedly that will have to happen now with all the new deliverables of the Environment Act. So, yeah.
Thank you. My second question really follows on from that one. And that is, I'm going to put the second and third one together for those that have already seen them. Can we do more? And what needs to change to make it possible? So I'm really interested in what your challenges are. So I'm going to start with Mike, because you're next to me.
Yeah. Well, I think, if we can deliver on the Environment Act, everything that's kind of expected of that, I think we'll be doing a lot more. It'll really change the agenda going forward.
Yeah, the Environment Act is the game changer, I think. But I would add that there seems to be a lot of stress on the private sector doing more, and it's a shame that the public sector is unable to do more, and I'm afraid I don't think it can, because its budgetary constraints prevent it from doing it. So we are rather reliant on the private sector delivering, and it's a bit of a shame that we are.
Can we do more? Yes, obviously. Issues and what's there. Are we ready? I'm not sure we are. You know, you heard from Viv just now, we're still at the 11th hour waiting for guidance, and that's not good enough. You know, if we're being asked to do a job, we need to be given info in advance and guidance in advance so we know what we're doing. Do we have the resources to do the job properly? When the Environment Act, when it came out as the Environment Bill, I was jumping for joy because I thought, wow, this means at least there'll be one ecologist in every planning authority in the country. You know, but then, you know, where are we going with that? Is your average planner actually aware of all this? You know, so it comes back to what Krista was saying this morning in terms of resources, availability, education, training, knowledge in terms of on the whole thing. And are we actually just making it really quite a complex, process-driven scheme? And actually we're losing sight of the very thing that we're all trying to achieve. I'll just throw that out for you. You know, and allied with that, so ethically, why do we have to translate everything into monetary units? Why don't we describe them in terms of units, in terms of skylarks instead or something? But just, you know, as an ethical principle, I throw that out there for you to reflect on. And finally, if I can just make a quick point about multifunctionality and everything. Yeah, great and everything, lots of opportunities to be done there. But it has to be used in the right place. And from a biodiversity point of view, there is a case for having sanctuary areas where basically the other species that we share this planet with actually are where they have their priority. Because if you have a multifunctional open space, it is invariably your biodiversity that loses out. I'll just leave a thought with you on that.
I think on a local level, sort of just generally improving the process of embedding biodiversity within the planning system and in decision making, I think is something that we really need to continue to work on and to get better at. And we've also got to better understand the ecological value of some of the sites that we're sort of talking about, and what habitats and what, you know, planting or other improvements would best suit that area, rather than just throwing anything at it to sort of hit a target, but having a more targeted approach, whether it is specifically looking at the biodiversity opportunity areas, or whether it's looking at where there's a particular sort of need. And I think that the work that we've done initially to hopefully inform the local nature recovery strategy sort of does touch on that a little bit. We've done quite a lot of data collection and other work around sort of setting out almost priority areas for where we would like to see certain types of improvements to be set out, and hopefully that being carried forward in work that we're going to be engaging with Surrey County Council on going forward, and being able to deliver that. And obviously biodiversity net gain is an important part of that. In Spelthorne, a lot of the sites that we're releasing, a lot of the sites that will come forward through the local plan are brownfield sites in urban areas, so already a relatively low level of biodiversity value. So having at least 10% on top of that will at least gain us something, perhaps better than what was there already. And it's just trying to maximise that and have that in the most appropriate area and the most appropriate type of provision that would continue to be effective, not just in the short term, but obviously we talk about longer term management and stewarding and making sure that that's in place over a number of years.
Thank you. I'm going to open it now to the floor to see if you have any questions, initially for the panel, and then we'll ask the previous speakers. I've got one here.
Cheers, thank you. Chris Patrick Powers, just going to open this up. A question specifically for Craig and Duncan, just on the planning side. We heard from Vivian before about government. So obviously government are going to be publishing regs and guidance for LNRS shortly, but also, so that's coming from DEFRA, but DLUC will also be producing guidance in terms of how local planning authorities have regard to LNRS. So my key question really is, what would really be the game changer in that guidance for planners in terms of embedding LNRS in decision making? Apart from just the added weight and the clarity around weight, what's the real, do we need, over and above the opportunity areas, are there kind of lines on maps, kind of nature recovery areas that we should be kind of designating, or are there specific things that you think actually that would really help us interpret LNRS and actually deliver it on the ground?
I'm going to play it straight. Until I know what's in an LNRS, I don't see that I can put in a local plan that it should have anything more than regard to it. Because there is a possibility that the council may not agree with what's in the LNRS, so I can't commit to something that I haven't seen. So that's a little problem, and so that's where I am with that. But Craig may be more positive.
Yeah, I think just generally better integration and a more sound basis for being able to deliver effectively on the ground, I think is probably the most important thing, because you can map and set out sort of what you want to do as much as you possibly can, but the actual delivery of it is obviously for us anyway the biggest challenge. Sort of the lack of resource and the lack of in-house experience, particularly around ecology, is obviously a big issue, and improving that would help immensely. And also, where Spelthorne is, we border Berkshire, we border London, and obviously we're within Surrey. So having that integration between the different LNRS county boundaries, I think, would be really important as well. We sit at the southern end of the Colne Valley Regional Park, which obviously stretches up into Buckinghamshire, so taking advantage of that and having an approach which considers that as well as other wider parts of Surrey that we're part of, I think would be really important too.
I think that's something that we've picked up talking about the LNRS, is how vital it is that we do work across boundaries and not just within our county, otherwise we just won't succeed.
Can I just say something?
Yes.
Yeah, the Environment Act, of course, isn't just about the LNRS. It's amendment to the biodiversity duty, and in that, local authorities really have to up their game in terms of reporting on what they do on that duty. Now, if the LNRS sets out what they need to do, they could use that, obviously, by their compliance with that as a measure of their compliance with the duty. So, yeah.
Yeah. One thing I think I would say to Krista is plug the point that Viv was making, in terms of plug the regard to gap.
Thanks very much. Really interesting discussion. I was very, very struck by the questions you were asked, particularly the one, is it worth saving biodiversity in Mole Valley or wherever? And I wondered, it made me think about the fact that I know they're rolling out the carbon literacy training to all local authority staff. Certainly they're doing that in Kent. I don't know if they're doing it here. But is there a role for nature literacy training? Because it's kind of, everyone in this room, I'm sure, would have thought, well, the answer is obviously yes. But the fact that you have to ask that question suggests that people don't really understand the value of nature itself, and biodiversity in particular, but even just, you know, the common stinging nettle, as we were hearing earlier, has a value for all of us. But so it doesn't have to be a rare species, and that understanding of nature and its value to health and well-being, to our, you know, air, our water, our soil, etc. Is that present in the people who implement the planning policy?
I think to be fair to the inspector, she was only asking what the developers had put in their representations. They have a different priority, maybe. So to be fair to the inspector, she was only doing her job, really, and reflecting what representation she'd had.
Fair enough, absolutely. I'm just arguing the point that
yes,
to get the cultural change that we need behind this, so there isn't you know, to make it easier to implement the LNRS, everyone needs to have a similar level of understanding of the basics.
and that includes the developers.
I think it's, and it's, as the gentleman said, that the transitional period was the problem. Maybe that is the problem here, is it's going to take the developers a little while to realise that it's not going away.
Yeah, I think just to add to that really is trying to embed that understanding about how sort of nature capital can be secured better. What we're looking to do is implement the principles of building with nature, so that development that comes forward is intrinsically within that scope as well, and that's something that we're not quite at the stage of Duncan of local plan examination, or we're very, very close. But that's something we're looking to set out in greater guidance in SPDs, that we can have those building with nature sort of principles that we can really apply.
Thank you. Are there any? Oh, yes. A question? No questions, panel.
Thanks so much. It's Bridget Fox from the Woodland Trust. I just want to pick up on the point about some sites delivering little or no biodiversity net gain. You know, 10% of nothing is nothing. And last month, guidance came out following the adoption of the new London plan on the London urban greening factor. Obviously, London has some specific characteristics, but quite a lot of that, I think, is transferable to other urban areas, and it's an alternative metric that people can write into local plans for assessing. You can set a tariff for different elements of biodiversity. So we're delighted that mature trees on site get the top points, of course, but then you get points for hedgerows, suds, and green space and so on. And then the local authority sets a target number that greening factor must add up to. And it can be an alternative for a blanket percentage BOG for smaller sites and urban sites. And at a time when we're all encouraged to focus on brownfield development and grey sites, it can be quite a useful tool in the toolbox. I would commend that to LPAs across Surrey as well. Now it's been through EIP in London.
Thank you. Have we got any questions on the LNRS or BNG that people would like to? I think the microphone's coming round to you.
Hi, I'm just thinking about, in terms of Surrey County Council are the lead with regard to the NLRS, and it's the whole of Surrey. Then what is Highways going to do about the fact that they're polluting quite a lot of SSSIs with silt and pollutants? Godson, all of its SSSIs are very badly affected by Highways gullies directing road floodwater straight into the ponds. They're silting up, they're polluted. Is Surrey, as the main pollutant of these important sites, going to actually look at preventing that problem?
I'll answer a bit and then I'll pass it over to Viv. I think first of all to say that Surrey County Council are the responsible authority for the LNRS, but it has to be produced collaboratively. It's not just their document, if you like, it belongs to a collaboration. But on that particular point, Viv, do you want to make a comment on that? Or?
Oh, it's true. I mean, the natural England person, Georgina, I forgot her name, she actually said, when I pointed out this issue, that all the drainage was going straight into the SSSIs. You can see it. They're heavily polluted, silted up. She said, right to Highways. I did, and they've ignored the problem.
Any other questions on BNG? The LNRS? Yes. Yes, you may. There's one here, John, in the second
row. Yes, I'd like to reflect on a comment that Mike made about planners getting in early in the process on that. I'm speaking from the City of London, Jeff Sinclair. We manage Ashley Common, and we were slightly perplexed recently where there was planning permission given, well, not planning permission, a screening assessment for an EIA for a battery storage facility next to the SSSI was given, said you don't need an EIA for that. I mean, it seems to me that's a tool, EIAs are a tool for helping you to filter some of the environmental impacts that are coming in to protected sites, but also some of these wider landscape sites that we were hoping to see brought into biodiversity and net gain. But I'm just wondering what the panel's views on uses of tools like the EIA as a sort of filtering mechanism to help us make sure we make these decisions in a, let's say, a constructive way.
I'd like to take that one. Oh.
I'll kick off on that one. The answer is a resounding yes. Pre-application consultation, everything is sort of best practice to be encouraged. And yeah, I mean, it's sort of, if you proactively go after it, you get an opportunity to set out your agenda early on in terms of this is what we'd expect. And I've always seen nothing wrong in actually just laying it on the table, say, guys, if you want to bring forward an application, this is what we'd expect you to see, whether it's a policy or statutory requirement or not, because basically if you don't ask, you don't get. And it's amazing how quite often a developer will go, no, actually, you can't possibly do that. And then 24 hours later, they come back and go, oh, yeah, of course, yeah, we've had a rethink and we can do that. So there is a need to go up and state. But yes, there are a variety of tools to do it equally. If you take the example of the water mains redistribution pipeline that went in a number of years ago to feed the groundwater abstraction points to a Barrow Beach reservoir, I am very clear as a planner that was EIA development, but because it was broken into small individual district bite-sized chunks, that meant the development didn't meet the thresholds. So you always have to be cute as to how the process is adopted or got round.
Any more questions? Oh, John, you had a question. Did you want to raise yours?
Just like to ask something about the 30 by 2030. Given it's taken since 1949 to achieve 16% of Surrey protected, how are we going to prioritise getting the remaining 14% protected by 2030?
Well, yeah, I think that 30 by 30 target, I mean, that would be a good starting point for the basis of the LNRS, and how we prioritise that. I've written up a set of criteria for the trust, and by extension, that's a kind of recommendation for how we would monitor that and go forward across the county, and we'll probably be able to make that available soon. Yeah.
Then just following up from that earlier discussion about what weight should be given to the NNRS, doesn't that provide greater evidence that the NNRS should have greater weight if we're really serious about achieving 30 by 2030?
Yeah, I mean that point needs to be writ large, John. I think. Yeah.
I know there's obviously supplementary guidance and whatnot to come, but at what point do you think the districts and boroughs are going to be involved with the local nature reserve strategy and feeding into how it's all going to work? I mean, is it all just going to be mostly on the borough areas, or I don't know, when do we get involved, basically?
I think this might be a question for me. We're just drawing up the stakeholder engagement plan at the moment. We hope to be ready to go by April, because that's what we've been told. We're ready to go by April. And then the districts and boroughs will be involved from that moment onwards. So yes, it won't just be a case of looking at the boroughs. We need to have all the districts and boroughs involved as well, because it's how we go forward and how we're going to achieve, particularly the connectivity and the increasing the size of the areas. Any more questions? Nope, and I gather there are no questions online either. So if nobody's got any questions, I suggest that perhaps we'll round it off there, in which case I just have a few words to say, my closing remarks. Obviously, the first one is to thank all the speakers and the panellists. Thank you for your contribution. It's been extremely valuable. I found it quite thought-provoking, I think, and quite inspirational, which is nice. And I love that really positive bit about the inspector that thinks nature is worth saving. I memorised that bit. In fact, the one or two bits I memorised, the other one I loved was ringmasters of sustainable development. So that's what planners are. So I hope to see lots of whip cracking to get the right results. You laughed. So hopefully everybody else has enjoyed it as much as I have, and we will we'll continue to do these annually, all the while there's an interest. As a complete optimist, I think we have the legal framework, nearly, if we can get that better than just have regards to, on the NNRS, and we really ought to be able to make it work, particularly if we work collaboratively. Again, collaboration has come up over and over again today, as has the strength in partnerships. And I like the idea of nature at work and more dandelions and nettles as well. I just made a few notes as we were going through. So all I have to say then is thank you very much to everybody. A special thank you to John Edwards, Simon Elson, Craig Hatton and Mike Waite, who made this possible by the inspiration up front to get the whole thing off the ground. And then more especially to Zoe Williams, who's hiding outside, because she's pulled this all together from the beginning of November when she started work with us, which I think has been extremely good. So, yeah, she's done very, very well. And I think at that point I'll say thank you, and please don't forget to leave your badges at the desk as you leave. I think, or when the presentations will be sent round all bar Matt's. And that's because his work is due to be peer-reviewed and published. So you'll see it eventually, but not yet. You've had a preview. So thank you very much, and safe journey back.